a walking mistake. A walking mistake. Are we live? Yes, we are. Let's get it. Alrighty, everyone. Welcome to the show. Welcome to the Minister Brother Derrick show. Without further ado, let's get to it. We're having problems with the green screen because the sun is shining in. Let me see if I can cover it with something because the sun is shining in and it's messing with the screen. So let me stick up this piece of cardboard here, see if I can get this to go up here and block that sunlight. And then get it to stay up here. Somehow, maybe we can block some of that sunlight. But this making the green screen shoot every which way. That's a damn shame that we had to stop, but we ain't gonna be mad about it. We just fixed it. Give me 1 second here. I'm going to change badges real quick. I don't like how that look in the sun. And all right, let's get to it. Let's get it. This ain't the one I want. We having a terrible start. All right, let's get it. It ain't how you start, it's how you end up. So let's get to it, y'all. Let me drop that animation. All right, y'all. The topic for today's show is: are you the wheat or are you the tare that Jesus is referring to in Matthew 13? We just did a big show on Revelations, and Jesus is actually backing up Revelations with this statement that he makes. So I ask you again, take a deep look at yourself. Are you the wheat or are you the tare? So without further ado, let's get to it. For those of you that got your New Testament, Look at your Bible. We're going to Matthew 13. You can read along on the screen. Let me log in and see. It's still showing the animation. Why? I turned the animation off. Let me double check. Yeah, y'all can see the screen. Okay, let's go. We want to scroll down to the parable of the wheat and the tares. Before we go any further, the tare, well, actually, Jesus is going to explain it. I don't have to explain it to you. Let's just go ahead and read. The parable of the wheat and the tares. Another parable he put forth to them, saying, the kingdom of heaven is like a man who sowed the good seed in the field. But while men slept, his enemy came and sowed tares among the wheat. And then he went on his way. But when the grain has sprouted and produced the crop, then the tares also appeared. So the servants of the owner came and said to him, Sir, did you not sow good seed in your field? How then does it have tares? He said to them, An enemy has done this. The servant said to him, Do you want us to go and gather them up? But he said, No. While you gather up the tares, you also uproot the wheat with them. Let both grow together until the harvest. And at that time of harvest, I will say to the reapers, First gather the tares, bind them in bundles to burn them, but gather the wheat into my barn. Does anybody know what Jesus is referring to? Anybody have an idea? Let me check the chat. I'll wait a second, see if anybody answer. Does anybody have an idea of what Jesus is talking about? All right, let's keep moving. So you can come down here, because guess what? The disciples didn't know either. So the parable of the tares explained. Then Jesus sent the multitude away and went into the house. And his disciples came to him, saying, Explain to us the parable of the tares of the field. He answered them and said to them, He who sows the good seed is the Son of Man. The field is the world. The good seeds are the sons of the kingdom, but the tares are the sons of the wicked one. So now we know the tares are the weeds. The people that follow the devil. So Jesus says the weeds are the sons of the wicked one. The enemy who sowed them is the devil. The harvest is the end of the age. And the reapers are the angels. Therefore, as the tares are garnered and burned in the fire, so will it be at the end of this age. The Son of Man will send out his angels, and they will gather out of his kingdom all things that offend, and those who practice lawlessness, and will cast them into the furnace of fire. There will be wailing and gnashing of teeth. Then the righteous one will shine forth as the sun in the kingdom of their Father. Who has ears, let him hear. So here in the Gospel of Matthew, Jesus is prophesying what is also brought out in greater detail in Revelations. That when he comes back, his angels are going to take all the people that are walking with Jesus and God. all of the people who are connected, all the people that he know, they will be taken up. People that are still living, what they're referring to. People that are still living, they will be taken up. And the people who he don't know, they're going to be cast into the furnace of fire, the lake of fire, the final hell, whatever you want to call it. But this is very important because a lot of people, when we were doing the revelations, I got the feeling that people didn't believe, like, who's this John? But you hear out Jesus's mouth. This is what's going to happen. And if you do not get to know Jesus Christ, you will be thrown into the furnace of fire, the lake of fire, whatever you want to call it. Now, those of y'all that watched my Bible study, we covered that. It's not some place that you want to be. It isn't. So before we continue on, I encourage you, take 10 minutes out of your day today and do it every day. Talk to Jesus. Let him know he's the most important thing in your life. Because if you don't make a connection with Jesus Christ, you can't get to the Father. And if you can't get to the Father, you're going into the lake of fire, and there's no getting around it. Once your eyes close, if you do not have a spiritual connection with Jesus Christ, you are going into the lake of fire. No ifs, ands, or buts. You can talk to me all day. What about this? What about that? You're going in the lake of fire. You can tell me somebody told you this, somebody told you that. You heard from his own lips what's going to happen. You heard him say it firsthand. This is what's going to happen. And it's on your screen. You can read it. Hey, how you doing, Naya? I went over into some other chats and was talking to people, but I just got a notification that Sugar is on. So I guess they went over there. Oh well. We can't worry about that. Let's continue on. But before we do, now, you have any comments? Any questions before we move on? This is from out the lips of Jesus. I remember when we covered Revelations, you said it was scary. Well, is it any less scary hearing this out Jesus' lips? Is it any more scary to hear it come out? The man that's going to do what he said he was going to do. He said he coming back. The people he know, he going to gather them up. The people he don't know, the angels are going to throw them into the lake of fire, furnace of fire, whatever you want to call it. While we're here, let me look at this parable. Let's wait a minute. Was it broken down further? All right, let's look at the parable of the sower. Since we here in Matthew 13, we might as well check it out. Naya said, I was just notified and you had an ad to watch. I am 3 minutes in. For how long we been on? We've been on for 15 minutes. Okay. Well, then I'll read it again and we'll do it again. The question I asked was, are you the wheat or are you the tares that Jesus is referring to in this scripture? The word tares means weeds. You know, like when you got some nice grass and then the weeds come in, and instead of it being green, the weeds choke it and it become brown and look almost white. Well, when you're growing fruit, the weeds try to kill it. So, I'll say it again. Another parable he put forth to them, saying, the kingdom in heaven is like a man who sowed good seed in his field. But while men slept, his enemy came and sowed tares among the wheat and went his way. But when the grain had sprouted and produced the crop, then the tares also appeared. So the servants of the owner came and said to him, Sir, did you not sow good seed in your field? If you did, how does it have tares in it? How does it have weeds? He said to them, an enemy has done this. The servants said to him, do you want us to go and gather the weeds up? But he said, no. Lest while you gather up the weeds, you also uproot the wheat with them. Let them both grow together until the harvest. And at the time of harvest, I will say to the reapers, first gather together the weeds and bind them in bundles to burn them, but gather the wheat into my barn. Now, a lot of people didn't get it. So the disciples came and asked him to break it down. So Jesus sent the multitude away and went into the house, and his disciples came to him saying, explain to us the parable of the weeds of the field. He answered and said to them, he who sows the good seed is the Son of Man. So he is the sower. The field is the world, the earth. The good seeds are the sons of the kingdom, but the weeds are the sons of the wicked one. The enemy who sowed them is the devil. The harvest is the end of the age, and the reapers are the angels. Remember, he said he was going to send the reapers to separate the weeds and burn them. And then take the good wheat and put that in the barn. So, therefore, the weeds are gathered and burned in the fire, so it will be at the end of this age. The Son of Man will send out his angels, and they will gather out of his kingdom all things that offend, and those who practice lawlessness, and will cast them into the furnace of fire. There will be wailing and gnashing of teeth. Then the righteous will shine forth as the sun in the kingdom of their Father. Whoever has ears, let them hear. So Jesus is telling you, this is what's going to happen. Now, this is in the book of Revelations in more detail. But Jesus said hundreds of years before that was even written, this is what's going to happen. That's the one thing you'll find about a Bible. If you find a prophecy, if you Google that prophecy, you'll see it appear several times in the Bible. The Bible flows and it matches up. So even though you got different writers in different times, different styles, but everything matches up. And that's why a lot of people say, well, how come this book not in the Bible and how come that book not in the Bible? Because it doesn't match up with the inspiration of God. It's somebody that sat there and wrote it and said, well, let me write something and shoot. And then they want to try and include it, try and make it look like it's authentic. Y'all have to realize the Catholic Bible has more in it in the New Testament. The Catholic Bible has more books. The old Catholic Bible, I think they edited it, but the old one has more books. And if you look at the Jewish Old Testament, it has fewer books than the King James Version. But the Jews put things together. They put the prophets together. They put, Exodus and Kings. They put a lot of things together. That's why they have less books, but it's still the same thing. You'll have Jeremiah and them all together. You'll have the judges. Instead of being a different book, they'll be together in a book. So that's the difference. But like I was saying, I want to go up and I saw another point that I like for us to watch and study on. So let's get it. Go ahead and put this away. And let's get it. Now, on the same day, Jesus went out the house and sat by the sea, and great multitudes were gathered together to him, so that he got into a boat and sat, and that the whole multitude stood on the shore. Then he spoke many things to them in parables, saying, Behold, a sower went out to sow, and as he sowed, some seed fell by the wayside, and the birds came and devoured them. Some fell on stony places where they did not have much earth, and they immediately sprang up because they had no depth of earth. But when the sun was up, they were scorched. So the sun came up and burnt them up. And because they had no root, they withered away. And some fell among the thorns, and the thorns sprang up and choked them. But others fell on good ground and yielded a crop. Some 100-fold, some 60, some 30. He who has ears, let him hear. Now he explains. Therefore, hear the parable of the sower. When anyone hears the word of the kingdom and does not understand it, then the wicked one comes and snatches away what was sown in his heart. This is he who receives seed by the wayside. But he who received the seed on stony places, this is he who hears the word and immediately receives it with joy. Yet he has no root in himself, but endures only for a while. For when tribulation or persecution arises because of the word, immediately he stumbles. Now he who received the seed among the thorns is he who hears the word, and the cares of this world and deceitfulness of riches choke the word out of him. He becomes unfruitful. But he who receives seed on the good ground is he who hears the word and understands it, who indeed bears fruit and produces, some 100-fold, some 60, and some 30. There are people who can sit in the church or can sit right here, because this is a church channel. You can sit in the church and you can hear the word and you get all excited and yeah. And then as soon as you get outside, you forget all about it. As soon as you walk out that door, you ain't forgot. That was a good sermon, but love and hip hop, get ready, come on. Empire, come on tonight. You ain't forgot. And until you sit down there again, you won't think of it. Then you got some people who hear the word and they get excited and they can't wait to get started. And then a crisis comes up and they just abandon it and you forget all about it. I got to deal with what's going on here. I ain't got time for that religion stuff. Then you got people that hear the word, but their own desires kill it. Yeah, I'm going to get to know Jesus. And well, how you going to get to know Jesus if you cheating people out their money? You know, so you ain't going to be able to do that. You ain't going to be able to keep doing what you're doing. Cheating on your wife. You ain't going to be able to keep going down there and gambling. You ain't going to be able to keep going to the nudie bar. And so it gets choked out of them. Their own desires choke it out of them. And then there are those that hear the word. They hear it and they act on it. They immediately start studying. They immediately start trying. How can I get to know Jesus? Those are the people that's going to produce things. Those are the people that's going to be fruitful. Those are the people that's going to spread the word to other people. So are you the one that just falls on the ground and the birds come eat it up? Are you that seed? Or are you the seed that they hear the word and get excited for a little while, but then you haven't set down no foundation of continuing it, so it's real easy for somebody to come by and just knock you off your place and put you right back where you was? Are you the person that actually gets gung-ho and is doing well and is following, and then something bad happened, and then you say, oh, forget this religion stuff, I'm going back to what I know? Or are you the people that's on good ground, that you're going to take this information and you're going to make it your life work? That's what the parable is referring to. Now, I believe that it was broken down. Let's see. All right, so now let's go to part 2. I wanted to put that in your mind before we get to part 2, because depending on whether or not you are the first seed, the second seed, the third seed, or the fourth seed, which is the good seed, you got to figure out which one you are. The first thing we talked about, after you know that, are you going to be the fourth seed? If you're the other three, you are the wheat in the field. In the first example, you are the weeds in the field. Are you going to be the wheat or are you going to be the weeds? Because in the second example, the first, second, and third examples are weeds. 2 and 3 were wheat with potential to be weeds. But 9 times out of 10, they're going to be weeds. So the first 3 examples are going to be the weeds. And when Jesus comes back with his angels, they're going to gather up the weeds and throw them into the furnace of fire. But they're going to get the wheat, which is the good people, the people that know Jesus, that walk with Jesus. And they're going to be taken to paradise. So before we get to the laws that Jesus left us to follow, you got to decide which one of the 4 are you going to be? The person that hear it and then they go right up to mind. Oh, it sounds good. Yeah. And then the person that hears it and goes out and makes an attempt but gets around people and forgets and start being like the people? Or are you going to be the person that hears it and really wants to follow it, but as soon as trouble hit, something happened in your life, you abandon it? Or are you the 4th person that hears the word and says, you know what? I'm going to change my life. I'm going to give my life over to Jesus Christ. I'm going to let him direct me. Because that's the wheat. The 4th example is the wheat. You got to figure out which one you are before you can go any further. But now, Jesus left us some commandments. And like I said, if y'all got something cooking, go ahead and turn it over. If you got your tea ready, you got your coffee, you got your little drinky drink, whatever. Because believe it or not, it's a lot of them. I was surprised there were so many of them. I thought this was going to be a quickie. Wait a minute. Uh-oh. Hold on a second. Where is it? Here it is. Now, I was going to title this. I actually changed my mind. I was going to title this something different. Wait a minute. Let me check this chat here. It ain't updating. Okay, the chat not updating. Hello? All right, let me cancel it. Shoot, we got to back out. Doggone it. Let's go back. The chat not updating. Hold on, sir. All right, I see myself there. Why I didn't see myself in the chat? I don't see none of your comments. So let's pull that out. Pop the chat out. And put it on live chat. Okay. Let's do a refresh and we'll get right back to it. Now that's weird. Hold on. Let me hit play on the phone. And let me back out. Let me do a refresh. Hold on a sec. All right, Naya says she froze. There was a reason why you froze. I'm using the phone. It's also running a live, so I just paused it. So I set it on freeze. We said an ad's playing. Yeah, I had an ad plan too when I went back out and refreshed. Okay, so I'll wait. Naya said it's an ad plan, so we'll wait before we get back to it. Cause this is what I was going to title the video. I was going to title the video, Are you supposed to love Jesus more than you love anything else in this world? Are you supposed to love Jesus more than your own child? Are you supposed to love Jesus more than your mother, father, grandmother? Are you supposed to love Jesus more than your spouse? That's what I was going to title this. But then I came across that passage, which led me to the other passage. And I said, let me get this out here first. Because until you deal with what we just dealt with, you're wasting your time. Until you deal with what we just dealt with, you're wasting your time. So I figured, let me get that information out first. And then we can proceed on. So, are you ready now? Are you back? Wow, for the way over here. Got my orange crush powder. All right, now you say she back. All right, let's get it. Loving Jesus more than life. Jesus himself said, you must love me more than anything else. More than your children, more than your parents, more than your spouse. You must love me. If you don't, you're not with me. Can I say that again? This is the reason why we went through those two parables. If you are not putting Jesus first in your life, you're not walking with him. You got 10 children. You got to put Jesus first. You got a demanding spouse. You got to put Jesus first. You got a family that takes up all your time. Guess what? You got to put Jesus first. If you don't, you're wasting your time. Well, I'm going to do great things out here. I'm going to go donate to the orphanage and oh, that's fine. You ain't putting Jesus first. You're wasting your time. Well, I'm going to give money and I'm going to make donations and I'm going to do this. Hey, you ain't putting Jesus first. It don't mean nothing. Well, if I do this, then he got to let me in. Don't work that way. We learned that with Job. Those of you that haven't watched the video on Job, go watch the Job video. We discover that Noah is the greatest man on earth following the laws. But he didn't know God, didn't talk to him, didn't only talk over him. Well, I'm not being blessed. I'm not working hard enough, so I'm going to go do more. Instead of just saying, hey, God, I'm working hard. Why I'm not getting blessed? What's going on here? You got to know. I asked Jesus, why is it that we can do a roast video and get between 200 and 2,000 views, and yet we can do a religious video and be lucky to get 50? And he didn't answer. And I've been asking him for about a month now. And I got the answer. And I can't say I like it. I'm honest. He said, when you let go of the roast stuff and put me first, even though you getting better views off the roast stuff, even though you get better donations off the roast stuff, when you start putting me first, that's when your page is going to grow. Until then, it will not. So basically, he's telling me, you got to let go. Even though you have more success, if you want the real success, you got to let that go. If you love me, if you trust me, even though that was your bread and butter, you got to let it go. Y'all notice that we changed the avatar. We changed the pictures. I was going to change them again after hearing that news. But I said, no, I'm going to leave that belt on my shoulder as a reminder. If you ever have the urge to go and defend it, remember what Jesus said to you. Because you can't serve two masters. You got to love one and hate the other. You can't do both. I can't come preach the word to you and then go roast somebody silly. You got to either do one or do the other. Choose paradise or choose the lake of fire. Work for Jesus or work for the devil. Now, a lot of y'all would say that's not a hard decision. Well, in my finale, because that's what yesterday was. It was a finale. That was my final video in the roast sector. That was a finale. That finale, and we was only on for an hour and something. That finale beat the 2 videos that I did on this channel. Double the views. I want y'all to think about that for a second. And all I did was I really played videos the other people had took my videos on, and they were putting up the points, and I just played them back. But we did double the views of both of the shows that we did on this channel yesterday. It's only 188 subs on the roast channel. We hadn't been on there for a week, and then it was 12 days, and then it was 3 days, and then it was another week. But yet those last 4 videos killed what we did on this channel. But that channel only got 188 subs. This one has 1,030 something. So we understand that we are living in a world that's run by the devil and his demons. So it's going to be a rough road. Why is it going to be a rough road? Because even though I'm representing Jesus, the devil is the Lord of this kingdom. He doesn't want me preaching to y'all. He'd rather have me roasting it. Let that marinate for a second. If you the devil, would you rather have me doing his work or doing work for Jesus and God? If most of the people down here on earth are on the devil's frequency, and he knows this, does he want the people to come over here, or does he want them to keep watching all that yelling and screaming and doxing and insulting? What YouTubers is he going to back? If in essence this is his YouTube, if in essence this is his world, we're just trying to get out of it. Now, some would say he has to go and get permission from God to do things to you. But if you are following the things that God is not doing, like in the case of Job, you think he won't say, well, he ain't doing what I want him to do. Go ahead. Take him. He ain't doing me no good. So you got a lot of people that have a lot better views, a lot better houses, cars, money. But in the end, it ain't gonna mean nothing. So do you suffer now? Or do you suffer for eternity? This is the question. Do you suffer now? You're 65 to 80 years on this planet Earth. Do you suffer down here and live great for the rest of eternity? Or do you have a good time down here and ride around in the fancy cars and cheat and scheme and lie and do whatever you can to get whatever you can get. And then when you die, the person you can't stand gonna get all your stuff and you're going to the abyss. Which one is it? Have a good time down here, and spend thousands of years burning in darkness. What do you want to do? The devil's power is in our desires. Like our desire to be accepted. Our desire to be a show-off. That's where the devil's true power is. Not so much he himself, but what he can get us to do through our greed, through our envy, through our jealousy, through our never being satisfied, through our thirst for lust, thirst for violence, thirst to cause trouble, thirst to troll. That's where his real power is. Because if everyone ignores him, he has no power. If when you hear that voice in the back of your head, when somebody's saying, "Hey, everybody, let's get together and do something," he just saying that he planning something. Don't do it. He planning something. We all tell that voice to get out our head and leave us alone. He ain't got nothing to do. He is defenseless. But the problem is, you got somebody, well, they ain't accepted me because I'm fat. They ain't accepted me because I'm four-eyed. They ain't accepted me because I'm too skinny. They ain't accepted me because I'm clumsy. They ain't accepted me. They call me dweeb and nerd. And instead of saying, you know what, this the body God gave me, I'm going to work it. And showing confidence, let me see how I can cheat and lie and manipulate. And then when I got status, when I got money, when I got a fancy car, when I got a nice condo, they can come over and have parties in and tear my house up. Then they'll accept me. Because deep down, we want other people to accept us. But do you not understand that that is the biggest trap? That is the biggest trap. If you're worrying about what somebody else think about you, you might as well go ahead and jump in the lake of fire now. You ain't more worried about what Jesus or God think about you. You more worried about what the man down the street think about you. You worrying about keeping up with the Joneses. You worrying about what Donald Trump doing. You worrying about what R. Kelly doing. You worrying about what Tech 6ix9ine doing. You worried about everything else in the world. But the one person that got the key to get you to the next level, Sunday ain't here yet. When Sunday get here, I'll go to church. And that's how you do. He talking that damn religion again. Let me see who else is on. And there ain't nobody on here with some good entertainment. I want to see some yelling, something. I want to make fun of somebody. I want to come here. I'm reminded of how bad a person I am. And I ain't trying to fix myself, so I don't want to hear that mess. Talking about going in the lake of fire. Man, I'll put the angels in a hammer like I ain't going nowhere. When you hear somebody talking like that, they got the devil in them. That's what it means. He's gotten into their mind. And for those of you who think that's not real, think about people who do some of the evilest stuff. 9/11. Bombing churches with little kids in it. It takes somebody that got the devil in them to want to do that. Gassing people, your own people. Whipping them, chaining them up, cutting their heads off, crucifying them. Don't nobody sane do nothing like that. They got the devil in them. I'm so jealous of you, I would do anything to eradicate you. You're in my way. Instead of me getting above you, I want to just take you out. I don't have the desire to try to be better than you. I'm just going to take you out. You sure got a pretty wife and I want her. But I'm a bum. I'm a loser. She ain't going to leave you. Not as long as you keep doing everything right and I'm just messing up. But you know what? Maybe if I frame you and get you locked up. Maybe if I get you killed, then maybe she'll give me a chance. That's the devil in your head. Because you know what? If you do all that, she still won't give you a chance because you still the same loser. And she's going to find somebody that was like the man that you took out. It doesn't work that way, Dad. It doesn't work that way. But see, the devil know you don't think that far. You're only thinking about what you want at the moment. Because if the woman doesn't want you now, what makes you think the woman gonna want you when her man out the way? She's gonna find another man like her man or better. She's not gonna downgrade. Because if you were the man, then she would be with you. But why can't you go find a woman that looks like her and be happy? I'm sure she got a sister, a cousin, or aunt. She got some kind of relative that looks like her. Maybe she'll give you a chance. But no, you want to hone in on this one person. The same way that David had 400 virgins. Had a concubine of 400 virgins. And he wanted the used up wife of his best friend. You got 400 untouched virgins. Why? Back then, if you could have as many women as you can afford, but you could only sleep with them women. But you can have as many as you can afford. He had 400. Wives, all untouched, and he lusting after his best friend wife. How did the devil get in his mind? I'm asking. Let that marinate. To the women, if you got 400 virgin men that's waiting for you to come sleep with them, and I guarantee you, it's going to take like a year and a month if you went and slept with each one every night. It's going to take you a year and a month just to do each one. So you can't get tired because you're not going to see the same person. You won't see them for a damn 11 months. they're gonna be ready to go. There ain't gonna be no erectile dysfunction. They ain't waited a whole year. They probably blue balled the heck. You definitely gonna get the ride of your life every night. But you see your girlfriend and you see her raggedy husband. Stop. No. I'm scratching my beard up. I said no. You're gonna say, oh, the heck with it. I got 400. Well built. Horny, not untouched. Men waiting. I'm going to go get my best girl's husband. All scarred up, and I want him. And before you ladies answer that question, because I know y'all gonna try and say only a man could do that, you got women today that see a Pookie or Ray Ray all tattooed up, good for nothing, no job, no income, no desire to do anything, ain't trying to build nothing. And you see him with 4, 5, 6, 7, 8 kids by different women, and yet you still lay up with him and become kid number 6, 7, or 8, or 9. So don't say that's only men, because you women, you still doing it today. Now, what would possess you to think that if he got 6 other kids by 6 different women and ain't taking care of them, what would make you think he gonna take care of yours? The devil in your head telling him, hey, well, you know, your stuff better. Your stuff better than theirs. You know, you gonna treat him better. You gonna make him work. You gonna hold him accountable. You're gonna be sitting right there looking sad just like the rest of them. That's how the devil gets you. By getting into your mind and convincing you something that's totally fraudulent, but making you believe it. Yeah, he ain't gonna cheat on me, sure. I'm better than them women. Really? Really? Because as soon as the next hot piece walk down the block, where you think he gonna be at? Running behind you. Hey, miss, you sure look good. How you doing? You new to the neighborhood? I haven't seen you around here before. I'm Pookie. How you doing? I got a brother named Ray Ray. I got a sister named Shaquanetta. For those of y'all that watch the Shay Show, y'all get the reference. You got to put Jesus first. That means you got to drop everything. Even something you good at. I grew up in Baltimore City. I didn't like being bullied. Rather than run home and cry about it, or going and getting a gun or a knife and trying to stab some people to make a point, I said, you know what? We're going to take this poetry here that everybody try to beat me up for writing, and we're going to do what we do in the house. We're going to take poetry and mix it with the dozens. A lot of people say the rap was invented in New York. Don't know if that's true. But I know since 1975, I'm 5 years old, I was using poetry and rhyming to insult people to get them to leave me alone. So I kind of laugh when I hear somebody say rap was invented here, rap was invented there. I was using that before Rapper's Delight even came out. It was a form of self-defense. Because I noticed, I never seen my mother fight. But I seen my aunts, her sisters, fight all the time. My mother used her mouth. She could intimidate you with her mouth. And that's where I got it from. And since 4 or 5 years old, I've been using it. And growing up, people would say, oh, that person can rap. And I say, let me hear you rap. I was like, man, what are you talking about? Huh? What are you talking about? And then I would just jump on them. And usually, they turn and walk away. Sometimes in tears. And I said, you know what? This is more effective than fighting. Because they're going to remember that. Them bruises heal. But you don't forget when somebody insults you, you don't forget it. And they keep playing back in your head. And that's actually a way you can actually get somebody to go commit a serial crime or something later on in life. You break them down so bad mentally that it stays in their mind. And it never go away. And they can't escape it. And they might try to drink it away. They might try to drug it away. And then one day they just snap. You see it in the school shootings. Somebody gets bullied and they can't take it. They don't know what to do. They don't understand how come when they on the video game online, they the man. As soon as they get to school, they the dweeb. Well, God darn it, when I'm on the swords and sorcerers, I'm cutting everybody up. When I'm playing, I'm shooting everybody up. When I'm here, I'm getting beat up. Pretty soon, the two different worlds combine. Or maybe if I get me a gun, and I'm pretty good at shooting on the game, I should be able to go to the school and shoot my bullies, and then I'll get my respect. It don't wind up that way. You usually wind up getting death row, but they don't think that far. But that's how you can get somebody in their mind, to think that what they doing is right when it's wrong. And they know it. So put Jesus first. Don't let anybody come in between you and Jesus. That's the best thing you could do. Put Jesus first. Drop everything that you know. Just let it go. That's what being born again means. Or being reborn. You have to pretend like you a newborn baby and you just drop everything and you start anew. You let all your desires, all your feelings, all your emotions, all your plans, put them on the back burner. And that's what I did. And I'm going to slowly let everything that I've been doing, it's going to slowly go away. And I'm going to wait and see what Jesus will replace it with. And we'll see. And you'll be able to see. Was I still trying to hold on to the devil hand while I'm trying to reach for Jesus? Are you doing that? Are you still selling poison to your people and trying to come to Jesus? Are you still sleeping around with a bunch of different men just to get money out of them, but you still claiming that you walking with Jesus? Are you trolling on the internet and then trying to tell everybody that you walking with Jesus? Are you? If you are, you fooling yourself. And your destination is going to be the furnace of fire. And I keep bringing this up because that's it. You're either going to paradise or you're going to be tormented forever. Forever. But what do you mean? I don't know when Jesus coming back. And Jesus don't know when he coming back. Only God do. So Jesus don't even know the time. But let's look at it into a perspective. There was thousands of years before Jesus came. Since Jesus has come, we are 2020 years in. So let's look back. Suppose you was alive when Jesus was alive. Say you died the same year that he did. Well, that would be 0 AD. Well, we in 2020 years of AD. So that means whoever died and wasn't walking with God, they have been tortured for 2020 years AD. If you were born 1,000 years before Christ, then you have been tortured for 3,300 years, 3,320 years. If you were born 2,000 years before Christ, then that's 4,020 years. But you down there, constantly on fire, in darkness. All you hear is the wailing and suffering of other people. You're down there with some of the most egregious people, from everybody to Hitler, to Charles Manson, to Ted Bundy, to the sickos of 9/11. All the rapists and child molesters. All the serial killers. You sitting down there with them in darkness. On a slow burn. Never feeling comfortable. Never feeling at peace. Always in agony. You want to spend thousands of years like that just so you could live 80 years on earth. Somebody talk to me. If that's a good exchange, more power to you. More power to you. In fact, before we even read this, Naya said time will tell. Before we even read this, let me read you that parable. Here we are. This is Luke 16, 19 to 31. Luke 16, 19 to 31. Remember, Jesus said it's easier for a camel to go through the eye of a needle than it is for a rich man to go to heaven. So let's look at the story of the rich man and Lazarus. Jesus said there was a certain rich man who was splendidly clothed in purple and fine linen, and who lived each day in luxury. At his gate lay a poor man named Lazarus, who was covered with sores. As Lazarus lay there longing for scraps from the rich man's table, the dogs would come and lick his open sores. Ooh, that's gross. Did you have to put that in there? Finally, the poor man died and was carried by the angels to sit beside Abraham at their heavenly banquet. The rich man also died and was buried, and he went to the place of the dead. There in torment. Some say torrent, some say torment, some say Hades, some say Sheol, some say hell. Same you, same place. Mr. Miyagi would say, same you, Daniel son. Then in torment, he saw Abraham in the far distance with Lazarus at his side. The rich man shouted, "Father Abraham, have some pity. Send Lazarus over here to dip the tip of his finger in water and cool my tongue. I am in anguish in these flames." Abraham said to him, "Son, remember that during your lifetime, you had everything you wanted, and Lazarus had nothing. So now he is here being comforted, and you are in anguish. And besides, there's a great chasm separating us. No one can cross over to you from here, and no one can cross over to us from there." Then the rich man said, "Please, Father Abraham, at least send him to my father's home, for I have 5 brothers, and I want him to warn them, so they don't end up in this place of torment." But Abraham said, "Moses and the prophets have warned them. Your brothers can read what they wrote." The rich man replied, "No, Father Abraham, but if someone is sent to them from the dead, then they will repent their sins and turn to God." But Abraham said, "If they won't listen to Moses and the prophets, they won't be persuaded, even if someone rises from the dead." So now you got a man who lived a good life, and he got 5 brothers that live in a good life. He's suffering so bad, he asked Abraham to send Lazarus down there with a drop of water on his finger. A drop of water. I'm drinking right now. A little drop ain't gonna do me nothing. So he must really be burning. He must really just want to get that. For a second. If you want to go to the place of torment, keep doing what you're doing. Keep doing what you're doing. Can't make it no simpler than that. Keep doing what you're doing. There ain't no need for you to even watch this channel unless you want to come laugh at us. Because believe you me, we're going to be laughing in the end. And for those of you who are selfish and only think of yourself, imagine how you're going to feel when you get there and you see your mother there, and you see your father there, and you see your grandmother there, and you see your grandfather. You say, God dang, nobody make it. And you sitting there hoping no more of your family members come there. You hope your wife don't come there. She be right there. Well, little Becky Ann, little Susie Mae, I know she made it. Damn, there goes Susie Mae right there. That's what you got to look forward to. Sitting there and wondering, dang, I'm stuck here. Because you heard the rich man go warn my 5 brothers. He had to sit there and watch all 5 of his brothers come down there. And what did he say? Well, I tried to get Abraham to win. They wouldn't do it. That's rough right there. What if you lost a loved one and every time the name come up at a family reunion or something and you go, yeah, but we'll see him again in heaven. What's going to happen when you go to the place of torment and they right there waiting on you? By the time you got here, you held on longer than I thought. That's got to kill a lot of people's hope, because you know if somebody was walking with Jesus and God, especially if you was the bad person in the family and you know you turned everybody away, you gotta sit there and watch all your members, for you family members that you had influence on. If you work somewhere and you was an influence, like you was a counselor or a psychologist and you had influence on people, are they going to be down there because of your influence? You're going to have to look at them for eternity and know they there because you helped them. You got to watch your people that you love suffer when you could have done something about it. That right there, that doesn't make you want to make a change. I don't know what will. So, now that we laid this foundation, let's go look at the laws. Because if you are, and you make a decision that you want to follow Jesus, this is what you got to do. But see, we don't just tell you, go do this. We tell you how. We use step-by-step instruction. Most preachers won't go that far. If I tell you what's wrong with the world, I offer some possible solutions. And not only the solutions, but how you can start to do them. That's what separates me from the average YouTuber, or the average journalist, or the average reporter, whatever you want to call it. Messenger, whatever you want to call it. I not only tell you, this is how I started, this is how it should stop, and this is what you need to do to keep it from restarting. We're going to give you the beginning, the end, and how to not only fix it, but to maintain it. And most people don't do that. So let's get it. let's think about the relationship between our love for God and our love for Jesus. These are two foundational commands or demands in the Gospels. We all know what Jesus answered to that question. What is the first and greatest commandment? You shall love your God with all your heart and with all your soul and with all your mind. This is the great and first commandment. Other gospels say, and strength. So with all your soul, all your heart, all your mind, all your strength. Different translations, but same. That's the first and greatest demand of Jesus. And then in Matthew, whoever loves father or mother more than me is not worthy of me. Jesus said, whoever loves son or daughter more than me is not worthy of me. What? Whoever loves father or mother more than me is not worthy of me. And Jesus is saying this. Whoever loves son or daughter more than me is not worthy of me. You ain't supposed to love your father and mother? Well, yeah. You ain't supposed to love your child? You got to put Jesus first. When you put Jesus first, that's when you on the road. Before your job, before your house, before your landlord, before your boss, you got to put Jesus first. A lot of people got a problem with that. And I've been in church and heard the minister read that, and I seen somebody, what? I ain't putting nobody ahead of my mother. Well, guess what? That person is going to have a terrible time sitting down there in torments. There's no other way I can put it. Whoever loves son or daughter more than me is not worthy of me. Whoever loves father or mother more than me is not worthy of me. Now, before we read on, I'm going to tell you what the Spirit is telling me, and then I will see if this person matches up. Y'all got to realize, Jesus is not saying do not love your family members. He is saying don't put them first. Well, that's my child. My child needs me. What do you mean I can't put them first? You can't. These are parents that brought me into the world. Why can't I put them first? For one simple reason. They cannot help you attain eternal life. I'll say it again. They cannot help you get to the next level. They cannot help you not be in torment for thousands of years. That's the reason why. As Minister Louis Farrakhan said, you won't come to the expert who can explain, who can set the example, but you can go run after everybody else. So you won't come to the individual that can get you where you want to go. You want to go run behind everybody else. Because if you got a problem with that statement, That's describing you. You're more interested than run behind everybody else than to do what you need to do to make sure that you make it. It's more important for you to go run behind Jesse Ann and Bobby Joe and Man and Shorty and Stink and Bubba Ray and Pookie and Ray Ray and Shaquilla and Shaquilla and Fantasia and Hannah Malaysia. It's more important for you to go run behind them when they can't do nothing for you. Because they'll be sitting right there being tormented right along with you. It's more important for you to go up there and trying to hustle to get your nails done, to get a weave on your head, try and get somebody to pay your phone bill, than it is for you to get to know the one person that can make you acceptable to God, so he'll bring you up. Everybody else is more important. More important for you to sit there and worry about who gonna be on the Family Feud tonight. More important for you what's gonna happen on the Empire. It's more important to you who the fat person you gonna laugh at tonight on The Biggest Loser. If all that's more important than you, oh, go ahead. You'll be roasting. That's you. So don't be surprised when he say, if you don't put me first, you're not worthy. And he's right. God took a part of himself that he made a separate individual that can come down here and deal with us so that he can stay up there and not be around the filth and the cursing and the fornication and the nastiness that we do. That's who Jesus is. Jesus is God, but Jesus is a part of God that he separated. So Jesus deals with the crap that we give out. It's not that hard to understand. He deals with us. He deals with the demons. He deals with the devils. That's what Jesus created everything. He's the worker. He is the Word. God says and he does. He is the Word of God in motion. The same way if you got a rich man and he got servants and he says, clean this place up, and the people go clean. Jesus is just another branch of God, a part of him, but he was willing to take the subservient role. He came down here and lived as a human being. He came down here and showed you how to live, how to pray, what you need to do, how to carry yourself, what is expected of you. Then he died on the cross for you and let his innocent blood absorb all the sinful natures of this world. From Eve all the way up to now and into the future. When all you gotta do is accept him, let him into your heart, let him direct you. That's the only way for you to get back to God. Because Jesus will wipe you in the sight of God, will wipe all your sins away, will make you look as pure when God looks down. Jesus is going to make sure that he don't see that evil, nasty human being you is. He gonna make sure God looks down there and says, oh, what a precious person. How you doing there, Naya? How you doing there, Liz? How's it hanging? Can't wait for you to come join us up here. Jesus is a shield, a camouflage. When God looks down, he sees you through Jesus' blood. He doesn't see that nasty person that you just cussed off the mailman. He don't see that nasty person that was in the bed but you don't even know what the guy's name was. He don't see that. So that's why you got to put Jesus first, because Jesus go to work for you. But you got to show him that you're worthy. So know your mother and father ain't more important. All they did was bring you into the world. They can't take you to the next one. Anybody hear what I just said? Remember, Judgment Day, you in front of the book of judgment. Who's there? Jesus. He don't know your name? You ain't one of his people? You going into the furnace of fire. There's no other way around it. I don't care who you go listen to. You can go listen to somebody tell you, you can keep on doing what you're doing. Go ahead and keep clubbing. Go ahead and keep partying. Keep having sex with everybody. Go ahead. Enjoy being gay. Do all these things. Go ahead. And you'll be sitting right down there in the furnace of fire. And you can talk to me till you blue in the face. You can make all excuses you want to make. Rationalize it much as you want. Well, you know, if I only do a little bit, you know, I can still, you know, I'm better than the man down the street. He cheat on his wife with a different woman every week. At least I only cheat with the same woman. You're still doing the same sin. You're still fornicating. You're still going to be sitting right down there in torment with that man. Only difference is he was with 100 women. You was with 2. You're still going to be sitting there. So keep on making your excuses. Well, you know, if I just do a little bit, I can come back. I can go do a little bit, I can come back. I can go a little bit, I can come back. That's what I was doing. I can go over there and break somebody down and come back. I can go beat somebody up, come back. You got to put Jesus first. Because you need Jesus to clean you. So that you can be seen by God. That's perfect. Even if you're the most evilest thing in the world, the most honoriest person in the world, do you know Jesus? Are you walking with him? He'll clean you up and make you look presentable. Clean you up and make you look presentable. We're going to look at some of the things that he's asking you to do, but I told you the most important. Get to know him. Let's get it. So now you have 2 powerful, deep, life-forming commands. Love God the Father with all your heart, soul, mind, and strength. And love Jesus more than you love children, more than you love parents, surely more than you love anything. What shall we think of these loves? I have 4 questions. What is the relationship between them? What is the nature of the love? Where does it come from? How do you get to be this way? And how important is it? Let's take one at a time. Do you love God or Jesus? What's the relationship between loving God and Jesus? Why is that a big deal? Well, one reason it is on my front burner is because it's massively relevant for Muslim evangelism. I bet you didn't think I was going to go there, but one big issue we face over and over again in a multicultural situation where lots of religions are coming together is, don't we all worship the same God? You go through Jesus, and I'm going to go through another prophet. Jesus looked right into the eyes of the Pharisees, the Jewish leaders, and said, if God were your father, you would love me. He is saying to the most religious, the most God-oriented, Old Testament saturated people on the planet, you don't know him. He is not your father. In fact, he goes so far as to say they are their father, the devil. That's mind-boggling. What is the litmus paper for knowing whether somebody is a lover of God? Answer. Do they really love Jesus? Do they embrace Jesus for who he really is? Not just as some human teacher, not just as some prophet along other prophets, but as the very Son of God. What about John? Jesus says to those same leaders, I know you don't have the love of God in you. I have come in my Father's name and you don't receive me. Do you see the implication? You don't have the love of God in you. How do I know that you don't receive me? So here I am dealing with a Muslim person who says, I worship the true God just like you worship the true God. Jesus would say, you don't know the true God if you don't receive the Son of God. So what's the relationship between loving God and loving Jesus? You can't have one without the other. Loving Jesus is the test of whether you love God. God is the test of whether you truly love Jesus. Can I say that again? Loving Jesus is the test of whether you love God. Loving God is the test of whether you truly love Jesus. What is love? Secondly, what is the nature of this love? Is love mainly doing just what Jesus said? So if you love Jesus, if you do what he said, or is it deeper and have to do with the heart and affections? He says, if you love mother or father more than me, you are not worthy of me. If you love son or daughter more than me, you are not worthy of me. That means that he's thinking of your love for Jesus like he thinks of your love for your children. Well, you don't love your children by doing what they say, right? They are your treasure. You would die for these children. They are precious to you. You wouldn't sell them for billions and billions of dollars. That's your treasure. Well, if Jesus isn't a better treasure, a higher treasure, you're not worthy of Jesus. I had a teacher in college who made me read a book called Situation Ethics. The argument was made, and every student seemed to be so wild by it. Love cannot be emotion or an affection because it is commanded, and you can't command the emotions. I am 20 years old reading this. It doesn't sound right to me. It is not right. And the reason it's not right is because premise number 1 is false. Of course, Jesus commands the emotions. The Bible is filled with commands of the emotions. We should fear. We should be thankful. We should be compassionate. We should be earnest. We should hope. All of those are emotions. Of course, God has the right to command our emotions. The fact that we are so corrupt and so dead that we can't do the right emotion is not God's problem. It's our problem. It's our corruption. No less than a feeling. Isn't love for Jesus more than doing? If you love me, you will keep my commandments. So many people say, it says so right there. If you love me, you will keep my commandments. Love is obedience. It is not feeling any particular thing for Jesus. It's just doing what he says. I would say, but that is not what you said. It says, if you love me, then you will do this other thing called keeping my commandments. Loving Jesus is deep and foundational and transformative because you treasure him above all things. And then because of that love, that treasuring him, you do what he commands. So what is the nature of love? Yes, of course, it would include obedience, but it is not less than being transformed by a love for him, treasuring, admiring, delighting in, being satisfied by this most beautiful treasure of all. The nature of love is I count everything as a loss because of the surpassing worth of knowing Jesus Christ as my Lord. Love only comes from love. So where did the love come from? Remember the story about the Pharisee who asked Jesus to come to dinner in Luke 7? He didn't wash Jesus' feet. He didn't kiss Jesus. He didn't do anything to show affection for Jesus. Suddenly, there's this woman in the street, a prostitute, leaning over Jesus' bare feet, weeping. The tears are falling on his dirty feet, and she's taking her hair and washing Jesus' feet. This is incredibly provocative. The Pharisee is bent out of shape and says, if you are a prophet, you would know what kind of woman this is, for she is a sinner. So the Pharisee, the teacher of the law, the Jewish rabbi, the preacher, invited Jesus over his house and didn't do nothing except invited him over the house. But this woman in the street, this prostitute, she hears that Jesus is there. She comes. Bows down. Starts crying at his feet. Takes her hair and wipes her tears off his dirty feet. Phew. Who showed more faith? Who received Jesus more? The man that offered him to come into his house, or the woman that kneeled down and brushed his feet with her hair? Who would you say loved Jesus more at that moment? The half-dead rinky-dink prostitute that walked up in there, or this clergyman who's supposed to be so well with the law? This woman did with action, emotion, intent, literally begging for mercy, literally begging to be forgiven for the things she's done. But that teacher of the law probably ain't asked Jesus to forgive nothing. The old widows he overtaxed. The times he passed the collection of plate around 2 or 3 times to get extra money out of people. He ain't asked for no confession. He ain't asked for no confession about lying, about when the Messiah would come. He got the Messiah in his house. He's telling everybody that Jesus is going to come and we're going to kick the Romans' butt. He got Jesus in his house and they ain't fighting nobody. He didn't ask for repentance. But you got a woman that came right in, who supposed to be looked down upon, who supposed to be the scourge of the earth, who supposed to be the rinky-dink, the bottom, the skid row, the half-dead, the harlot, the noble. She came right in there and showed through her actions, through her emotions, that she wants to be forgiven. Who do you think is sitting in paradise, and who do you think is sitting in hell being tormented? The Pharisee, rabbi, preacher, or the old rinky-dink strumpet? Who do you think is sitting in paradise right now? I'm asking you. When you come here, you get taught real teaching. We don't play here. Because I know a couple of you, when I was reading that, probably said, ew, this nasty prostitution probably had ticks in the hair. Probably still had men's semen on her. And she's sitting there wiping Jesus' feet. She ought to be slapped. And this reverend, he got upset. If you are a prophet, you would know what kind of woman this is. For she's a sinner. Ew, get her out of here. Why are you letting her touch you? Ew. That woman knows. What that reverend's thinking. And what everybody else in that house is thinking. And what the people outside peeking in is thinking. But she don't care. She's worried about being forgiven by the Messiah. Her faith was so strong. She's not worrying about what everybody else is thinking. I need his forgiveness. I ain't worrying about everybody else. They can't do nothing for me. This woman knew this. The woman is supposed to be half dead and dumb and no common sense and is laying around with everybody and not being respected. But she knew. And they wonder why did Jesus go hang with people who they consider to be at the bottom. Because those are people that need the most forgiveness. And they know it. And they willing to work for it. While you expect somebody, well, you know, I'm not doing none of that stuff, so it should be given to me. You are expecting. They don't expect. They coming in there. I need help. I ain't sitting back, you know. I got Jesus Christ here. Check it out, y'all. I got the Messiah here, you know. You know I'm going to get blessed now. I got him in the house, you know. No, the people that's at the bottom, they know they're at the bottom. And they see a chance to do better. They see a chance to get received. And they act. They receive. They ain't asking questions, trying to trick them. Well, you know, what about this and what about that? No. They're just asking to be forgiven. That's the reason. Well, this is the reason why I love doing this. Because let's see, am I right? Or am I about to look stupid? We about to see Was I right in what I just said? Because this is not scripted. Or, Mentos, y'all. Mentos mix. Okay, let's find out. So the prophet got out of shape and said, if you're a prophet, you would know what kind of woman this is, for she's a sinner. Jesus told the Pharisee a story. A man had two debtors. One owed him 5,000 and one owed him 5. He forgave them both. Who will love him more? The Pharisee says, the one, I suppose, for whom he canceled the larger debt. Remember, one owed $5,000 and one owed $5. Jesus said, you have judged rightly, he says. When I came in here, you didn't kiss me, you didn't wash my feet. But from the time I came in, she has wept over my feet, washed them with her tears, wiped them with her hair, because she's been forgiven much. Can we see that again? Who will love him more? The one who owed 5,000 or the one who owed $5? Both of them were forgiven. Jesus said, when I came in here, you didn't kiss me. That was a greeting back in the day. You didn't wash my feet. But from the time I came in, she has wept over my feet, washed them with her tears, wiped them with her hair, because she has been forgiven much. So the people who do wrong and come ask for forgiveness are so grateful. And they're not afraid to show it. But people who are reserved and think that they are noble and think that they are just the cat's meow, they're not going to go through any hoops. They're not going to go show. Those are going to be the people he don't know. Because you're not coming to him. You thinking you just good the way you are. I don't need you. Look at me. I follow the laws. I'm good. I give to charity. I go to church every Sunday. But that's not enough. All that is good. But if you can't drop all your defenses and come to Jesus Christ, it's all for naught. This woman didn't care that the other people thought that she was a loser, that they thought that she was a tramp, that they were disgusted to even touch her. But she's the one that's actually attending to the Messiah. But everybody else is standing back and looking. She's the one that's actually attending to the Messiah. Let that marinate. Let that marinate for a second. So who do you think Jesus would rather be around? People who know that they don't deserve that forgiveness, but are grateful for it. and will do anything. Or people that think that they just, I'm born with a silver spoon in my mouth and I'm entitled. I'm entitled because of who I am. I'm entitled because I went to a school and got a degree. Just because you went and got a degree don't mean you were called. It means you were looking for a career. I know people that can tell you the Bible from the front to the back. But when they preach, it's some of the most fake, boring, useless piece of trash I've ever seen. I've had somebody tell me, I don't like how you do your show. You should have the Bible in your hand. And we got one. It's sitting over there. We not in biblical times. I can put the word on screen. You don't need to bring your book. Just look at the screen. But is it more important for you to be able to recite every verse from memory? Or is it more important for you, if somebody asks you about a verse, to be able to instantly look at it and have the Spirit tell you what it means? What's more valuable? Because you having it memorized and you can't break it down for me doesn't mean anything. You can memorize the word. Nobody know the Bible better than the devil and the demon. They can tell you word for word. But ask them to break it down. What that mean? Well, it says what it says. What do you mean what it means? Can you break it down on the spot? I challenge myself. Every show we do, I pick stuff at random to show. And I go first. Does what the Spirit tell me match what these scholars know? Because see, I could just come here and say, well, you know, I attended the Maryland Christian Bible Academy at Moravia and Moravia Park Drive in Baltimore, Maryland. 21207 or 06 if I'm correct, in the zip code. Some would say, well, you only did 2 semesters. I mean, you know, you didn't do the whole time, you know. It's not hard to get ordained. I'm ordained by 4 different church groups. But so what? What does this mean? What does it mean? If I can't sit here and break down these Bible verses so that you understand what it says, and then you can make your own assessment, can I follow this or can I not follow this? If I can't do that for you, why am I sitting here? I will be a fraud. If you ask me something and I can't break it down for you, well, let me go look here. And I go look and I can't break it down. We have sermons up where we don't do nothing but just break down scriptures. But when I ask somebody, well, we got to look at what it said beforehand, and then we got to look at the verse afterwards. and then we'll have a better idea. No, you should be able to decipher on the spot. If you cannot decipher on the spot, then you are a trained minister, a trained reverend, a trained priest. I don't want a trained seal to deliver the word of God to me. I want somebody who can spiritually decipher what it means and then break it down. And if they can't do it, go pull it up and come back a minute later and say, this is what it means. Not come back a month later. Well, I had to ask this person, I had to ask that person, and that person. What are you here for? If you need to go through all of that, I could have just went through all of that. What I asked you for? You're supposed to be a man of God. You should be able to break it down. And if you can't break it down on the spot, you should be able to go take a glance at it and then break it down. But if you got the way, I gotta give me a week and I'll be back, and no, then you are not. You were not called and accepted to preach the word of God. You are a fake and a fraud. You are a poser. You are a wannabe. If you got to go run to somebody every time somebody asks you something. Seriously. And if you don't know and you have an idea, if you're even afraid to say the idea, you are not chosen. You know what they say? Many think they have the calling, but few are actually chosen. I love when somebody try to give me a scripture out the blue. Yeah, what do you think about Matthew chapter 4? What does it say? You don't know? Well, if I knew, I wouldn't ask you. But give me a second. Let me look it up. Matter of fact, I'll do that right now, because I don't know what Matthew chapter 4 is. I can't remember what it is. But let's go. I'm on the spot. Let's go. Matthew chapter 4. King James. Here we go. I said 4. This is 8. Hey, that's all right. Scan back. Let's take the wrong number in. Wait a minute. That's 7, 6, 5, 4. All right. Satan tempts Jesus. So Jesus was led up by the Spirit into the wilderness to be tempted by the devil. And when he had fasted 40 days and 40 nights, afterwards he was hungry. Now when the tempter came to him, he said, if you are the Son of God, command that these stones become bread. But Jesus answered, it is written, men shall not live by bread alone, but by every word that proceeds from the mouth of God. Then the devil took him up into the holy city, set him on the pinnacle of the temple, and said to him, if you are the Son of God, throw yourself down, for it is written, he shall give his angels charge over you, and in their hands they shall bear you up, lest you dash your foot against a stone. Jesus said to him, it is written again, you shall not tempt the Lord your God. Again the devil took him up on an exceedingly high mountain and showed him all the kingdoms of the world and their glory. And he said to him, all these things I will give to you if you will fall down and worship me. Then Jesus said to him, away with you, Satan, for it is written, you shall worship the Lord your God, and only him, and only you shall serve. Then the devil left him, and behold, the angels came and ministered to him. Now, we read it. Let's go break it down. It's really an easy verse. Wish I picked something harder. So, Jesus was led up to the Spirit into the wilderness to be tempted by the devil. Now, This should catch a lot of people off guard right now. If the devil is God's enemy, why is he being allowed to test Jesus? Anybody want to touch that? Let's get it. When this show, we get it. Let's get it. If the devil is so much the enemy, why is he being allowed? Remember, Jesus was led by the Spirit into the wilderness to be tempted by the devil. Because even though the devil is in opposition to God, God created him. The devil is the bad seed, the bastard child, the black sheep. God made the angels before he made us. But the devil didn't want to be under God. He wanted to be God. The same way a man might have 4 good sons. There's always going to be that one son that want to buck up and challenge the father and want to take over everything. God could have punished the devil from the very beginning, but he had a problem because he created all these angels and they've been following him and doing his bidding as it should be, but one of them bucked against him. And it would be simple for God to just do away with that person. But here's the problem. He issued a challenge. He issued a challenge to God. Do y'all understand? He issued a challenge to God. The way you doing things is not going to work. And I purposely let them eat from that tree with no training, because I was supposed to train them. So now all they got is the knowledge of right and wrong, good and evil. Now, you can go ahead and let them eat from the other tree and they'll live forever. But guess what? They don't have to listen to you and they can live forever. So that's why they couldn't go back in the garden. That's number one, because if they ate from the other tree, they would live forever. But now they have the will to do what they want to do. And I'm going to tell you, they're going to follow me, not you. And this is the challenge. This is the challenge. Can we come back to God on our own? Or is the devil right? We want to be hard-headed like he was and do what we want to do. And because he did what he wanted to do, we'll follow the devil. We won't follow God because the devil did what he wanted to do and he continues to encourage us to do what we want to do. And this is the battle that's going on. Can we stay in connection with Jesus and God, or will our selfishness always win out? Now look at the world today and you tell me. So God wiped the world, but it was more because the angels came down and messed with the women. But also he started from scratch. He picked a family, Noah's family. He started from scratch. He ain't take the devil, but a couple generations after Noah died, the devil had the people right back doing the same stuff. God said, I already wiped the earth and ain't do no good. Yeah, you know. We can't keep doing that. But we'll do this. I picked Noah's family. That didn't work. So what we're going to do is we're going to start again. Abraham, Jacob, Joseph. We're going to start again. Let the people be enslaved. I'm going to show my power and free them. And then I'm going to have my own people that will worship me and do what I want them to do. And the devil can play around with the Hittites and the Hivites and the Babylonians and the Romans or whatever. Well, guess what? That didn't work either. The devil was able to come in there, and no matter what God set up, the devil was able to get in there. Even through the desert. God darn it. We better off with the Egyptians. What the hell you bring us out here for, Moses? We can't even get no meat. God darn it. You got us out here walking and walking and walking. People forget that time is nothing to God. To us, we only got, 80 years down here? Some people live to be 100, but most people between 70 and 80 years. If you don't live right, 65 to 60. But, you know, they say a million years is like a day to God. So a lot of people would say, why is it that God kept Moses up on that mountain for 40 days and 40 nights? Didn't the people know that Noah and everything on earth was in that ark for 40 days and 40 nights? Why couldn't they put that together? God purposely kept Moses up there because he knew the people would freak out. And some would say, well, why would God do that? Because God wanted to start over. And he wanted the people to mess up, so he had an excuse to start with a new generation. Because all the old one did was complain, we can't walk and we ain't got no food. So, after what they did, now he didn't see Moses breaking the tablets. Moses breaking the tablets, that's why Moses didn't get to go. Aaron allowed the people, while Moses was on the mountain, to go back to doing the stuff that they did with the Egyptians. That's why Aaron didn't go to the promised land. But none of those adults that did that evil stuff made it to the new land. He made them walk in a circle. I don't mean no harm, but if I came out of Egypt and we almost got killed by the Egyptian soldiers against the Red Sea, and the Red Sea was parted, and we made it across, and now it's 30-something years later, and we right back at the Red Sea, I'd be like, wait a minute, something ain't right here. Hey, what's going on here? We ain't gone full circle. But there was a reason. He didn't want to take anybody from that generation because he knew that they were evil. He wanted to start fresh. And guess what? It don't matter. Joshua became the leader. The people decided they wanted a king. The king's sons wasn't worth a darn. He had to put David in there. David came in, David messed up. His son Solomon, supposed to be the wisest man on earth. The wisest man on earth did what? Messed up. So the devil still got to him. Point of the matter is, you can't make a human being do what they want to do. God allowed the devil to test Jesus the same way the devil tests us. The devil gonna get his in the end, and so will all the people that he tricks. So when you follow the devil and you doing what you want to do, remember, it's marked from day one. It's not a surprise to God. I think God already knows who's going and ain't going. But when those plans failed, when he even tried to make a people of his own, it don't work. We too hard-headed. We're gonna do what we want to do. So now it's changed. It ain't so much as they fighting for you. Now it's like, we giving you what you need to do. Are you gonna take it? Those that take it, gonna make it. Those that don't. And that's something that most ministers don't tell you. They make it seem like Jesus and God is waiting around pining for you. They already did that thousands of years ago. It don't work. We hard-headed. Tell the truth. You can sit there and have somebody say, I'm not going to curse no more. And a week later, they back cussing like a sailor. That's human beings. That is us human beings. There's no way to fix that. We got to come to the realization. Somebody can preach to you till the daggone sun come up. You gotta want it. The same way when you want to stop doing drugs. You got to. Your mom can't make it. Your child can't make it. Your spouse can't make it. Only you got to hit rock bottom. And everybody got different rock bottom. That's another problem. Well, one person might see something and go, all right, I won't do that no more. Somebody else, I gotta go try that. What? Yeah, man. Perfect example. Those of you that watched The Corner, and we showed it twice. Those of you that watched The Corner with me, y'all know that one of the fiends fell out. They said that the spider bags was powerful that day. And they said Greg fell out. The guy said, I ain't messing with that. And another guy by and said, hey, what happened to Greg? He said, man, that spider bag was on fire today. It put him out. That guy said, where? Well, where can I get him at? I gotta get that one. It put Greg down? Oh, yeah, I got to get that. What? So you see your friend almost die in the middle of the daggone street. And most people are saying, you know what, I ain't touching nothing today. We're going to leave that alone. That's too strong for me. A guy come by and say, whoa, it put him down? Oh, I got to go get that. Yeah, I got to get me some of that right now, boy. But that's human beings. Everybody got different rock bottom. Seeing your friend drop down on the ground don't even make you think for a second. Wait a minute, that could be me. No, I want it to be me. Woo, he must have really got hit hard. You got to hit your rock bottom. When you're going to get tired of playing with the devil and you really want to get serious, that's when you're going to come to God. Some people will never hit that rock bottom. And that's why they're going to be in torments. They're going to OD in torments. So, if Jesus, who is God himself, but just in a different form, if he's going to live as a human being, because that's the purpose, for God to come down here and say, look, I came down here, I lived among you, I lived as one of you. Don't tell me about the temptations, because I came down here and experienced them. Well, one of the baptisms of life on earth is you got to deal with the temptations of the devil. So, if God came down here himself in the form of Jesus Christ, why the heck would he be able to escape being tempted by the devil? Do y'all get now why? I took you around the world, but now you get why. If a person can't take you around the world to make sure you understand it, you shouldn't be listening to him. That's the reason. Because I know some of y'all are going, oh, how was the spirit led Jesus to be tempted by the devil? That doesn't make any sense. How did that make sense? We all are. Even God himself. Because he don't want you to be able to say, well, Jesus didn't go through what we went through. Well, he did. And he showed you how to live, how to pray, how to act, how to love. He showed you. So when people say that Jesus he was just a prophet, no, Jesus was God. Jesus is God's workforce, the worker. God say Jesus does. So God can still stand and be holy and be perfect and not touch or deal with anything down here. That's why Jesus created everything. God told him and he did it. And a lot of times when you hear God being referred to in the Bible, you got to make sure you look at the context, because sometimes it's referring to Jesus and not God. So now, let's get back. And here it is again. When he had fasted 40 days and 40 nights. Have y'all noticed that? You keep saying 40 days and 40 nights. Noah and them was on the boat 40 days and 40 nights. Moses was up on the mountain getting the 10 Commandments for God for 40 days and 40 nights. Y'all noticing that? Keep these numbers in mind. You'll see them constantly in the Bible. Also, the number 7. God worked 6 days. Well, actually, Jesus did the work. And rested on the 7th. So the number is 7. The devil number is 6. So let's get back. Afterward, he was hungry after fasting 40 days and 40 nights. And that's when the tempter came to him. So that's when the devil came to Jesus. He said, if you are the Son of God, command that these stones become bread. So now he's telling Jesus, hey, you the Son of God? You ain't ate nothing in 40 days and 40 nights. I know you starving. Turn them stones into bread and go ahead and eat. You know you want to. You know you're hungry. Go ahead, man. The same way the devil will tell you, your neighbor sure look good. Look at her in that bathing suit. You know you want to go over there. You got a nice wife right here, but look at her. Look at her. And I bet she do stuff your wife wouldn't even know about. Yeah, just Jesus was tempted the same way that we are. So you can't say God don't understand. He came down here and experienced it firsthand. He didn't spare himself. So you don't have no excuse. Because he came down and did it. So the devil said, you know you hungry? If you the Son of God, command these stones become bread. Command these stones become bread. But he answered and said, it is written, man shall not live by bread alone, but by every word that proceeds from the mouth of God. So Jesus answered him with a scripture and shut him up. So the devil took him up to the holy city, set him on the pinnacle of the temple, and said to him, if you are the Son of God, throw yourself down, for it is written. And then this is actually a scripture. And once again, the devil was trying to tell him, you can go ahead and do that. The scriptures say that the angels are going to catch you. Go ahead and jump. Once again, Jesus counters with another scripture and said to him, it is written again, you shall not tempt the Lord your God. What does that mean? That means you should not say, my faith is so strong in you, God, I'm going to throw myself off this temple. I'm going to throw myself off the roof, and you're going to send the angels to catch me. I'm never going to hit the ground. God ain't your slave. Why are you tempting the Most High to do something? You think if you hit the ground and dash into a million pieces, you just can't make another one of you? Go ahead and knock yourself out. So Jesus passed that one. So again, the devil took him up on an exceedingly high mountain and showed him all the kingdoms of the world and their glory. And he said to him, all these things I will give you if you will fall down and worship me. Now, if the devil does not rule this world, how can he offer Jesus everything? If he's not running the world down here, how can he offer Jesus everything? Because he can get into the minds of the leaders and get them all to make Jesus the king. What happened? He can get in your mind and tell you that you look better with somebody else's hair on your head. He can get in your mind and get you to say you're a dime piece, even though you 400 pounds. Why can't he convince the kings to turn that throne over to somebody else? But Jesus said, away with you, Satan, for it is written, you shall worship the Lord your God, and only him you shall serve. So now the devil realizes he can't do nothing with Jesus, and he leaves. And if we will stand up to the devil like that when he put them voices in our head and tell him, get away from me, leave me alone, he won't have no choice but to leave. But when he see you weak, he'll come back and try it again. He'll keep coming back. But when he see he can't get nowhere with you, he will leave. And Jesus is showing you how to defend yourself against the devil. When you hear them voices in your head, when your first day on the job, and you sit there and you go, oh, look at that supervisor. I'm going to take his job. Look at him. He dumb as I don't know what. Look at him. Look at him. Look at him. He don't know what he's doing. You going to take it. You ain't got to listen to him. Let's go ahead and take over. Tell that devil to shut up and get away from you. If I'm better than him, the boss going to see it. Do my work. I ain't got to go tap that man. Get out my face. I ain't got to plot and scheme. I'm going to do my job. And if I'm better than him, my job performance is going to show it. And I'll be the supervisor. I ain't got to plot and plan against this man. Get away from me, devil. That's all you got to do. What's so hard about that? It's not hard. We make it hard because we want to do what we want to do. And I keep stressing that. We do what we want to do. You can tell me that the sky is blue. And I'll go, no, it ain't, it's orange. You go, the sky's right there, it's blue. I don't see blue, I see orange. And you see it, but you're going to keep saying it's orange anyway. Just to be smart. Now that person is walking away telling everybody, that guy crazy, he think the sky orange. But you think that you're doing something, but then when you want to get that promotion, ain't you the guy that think the sky orange, man? Y'all wouldn't let you run my company. Yeah, that's when it backfire on you. And now you're mad. Now you want to beat the boss up. You want to beat the person up. I told everybody you said the daggone sky was orange. Now you want to burn the company down. Because you let the devil convince you that it'd be cool to say the sky's orange. And now everybody on the job think you mental. That's how it can affect your life. Y'all ever notice when you crave something and you want it so bad, and when you first get it, you like it and it's fun, and then after a while, somebody come out with a new version, and the new version might not be much different than the old one, but you still want the new version, even though the one you got do the same thing. Why is that? Because we want what we want. We don't want to go nowhere and somebody say, oh, you got the phone from last year, I got the new one. And guess what? The new phone, you know, instead of the camera being 16 megapixel in the back, it's now 18 megapixel. You know what I'm saying? So basically, you can't really tell the difference between a 16 megapixel and an 18 megapixel. But you'll let this person, ooh, look at the pictures are so crisp and clear, and look at the colors, and now you want that phone. Even though ain't nothing wrong with the phone you got. Instead of you going, hey, the phone I got is fine. You know, I'll wait a couple years and then I'll wait till it gets some better advancements. Then I'll get the new one. But right now, it's pretty much the same thing except, you know, it's just a teeny bit faster. But really, it ain't worth me kicking out another $800 for another phone. Let me wait until, you know, the 5G come out or something. This is good right here. When you do that, You don't even realize you defeated the devil. He's trying to get you to go out there and go into debt. He's trying to get you to go out there and steal. I'm going to go steal somebody's new phone. Only for next year, the next new phone come out and you got to do it all over again. Eventually, you're going to get caught. You're going to go to jail or somebody's going to blow your head off for trying to steal a phone. You got to recognize these traps so you don't fall into it. If you got a good woman and she's doing for you and she's taking care of you, y'all get along, the sex is great, why are you going to let somebody else come along and say, well, you know, your woman's okay, but check out that woman over there, man. Look at her. You know you want her. I'm good with what I got. Man, I'm telling you, you got to go get her. Look at her. Your wife is okay, but just look at that. Look at her. You know you want it with them hips, you know. And see, that is the devil using somebody to get you to consider something that he wants to tempt you with. But if you got a good woman at home, you should not be able to be tempted. If you walk in with God and Jesus, you will not be tempted. You will go, I'm good with what I got. My wife is fine. My kids are happy. I'm happy. We all are in the spirit. I'm not going to break that up just to go roll around with some woman I don't know. Get out my face. Why is that so hard for us to do? How many men you know right now is sneaking around with a bunch of half-dead women? That's because they might have a slightly prettier face than that woman. They might have slightly bigger breasts. They might have curves, and the wife don't have the curves no more. Or they might have a bigger butt. I know a dude that left his wife because a new woman came into town and she had pretty feet. Sat there, got a divorce, lost all his money. The wife got everything. He running behind a woman because she got pretty feet. Really? Feet. That's why I say everybody got their own rock bottom. Let me check the chat real quick. I've been talking for a long time. Is anybody here? Let me go back and look. Is anybody here? God darn. I don't see no comments in the chat. Do 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 do. That's got to be incorrect. Well, in that case, let's all play some music. Take a break. I don't know why I'm not saying it. Why am I not saying it? There it is. Ba da da dee da da da. Do 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 do. Do 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 do. Hey, I got an email. viewers on her screen. Wait a minute, I got an email. I see it on the phone, but I don't see it on the Wait a minute. Let me go to all accounts. Oh, it should be on this one now. Oh, I see it. expired. That's why I can't find it. Oh, that's embarrassing. Didn't act soon enough. Alrighty, let's get back to it, y'all. We still got some ground to cover. We took a little break. Before we go there, Naya, you remember the other night we went and looked at a signal booster, a LTE signal booster from Verizon. The cheapest price I could find was $18. Somebody had offered one for $15. They sent me an offer, $15. And I really find that strange. That's the same price that it was for that daggone music we just played, that $15. So that's the reason. So even if I had saw it in time, it expired. But I'm still going to get that booster. I might have to wait till the 3rd. I'm going to pay the BG&E first. If there's enough left over after I pay the BG&E, I'm going to try and get that signal booster. Because it's only, I saw one for $20. And somebody would say, well, you just got a new phone service and a new phone. Why would you buy something else? Well, because the phone, instead of paying $100, which is what I was paying for those 2 lines, this is only $40. And even though both of them was unlimited, we were getting throttled. These people don't throttle you. But the tower is kind of far away. Now, it's usable. But if I get a booster, it'll bring the signal in. Because even though they far away, there are towers around us. The closest one is this way. But then we got one down by the jail. If anybody know Baltimore, you can look up Monument. Look up Monument in Enzor. Around by the jail. It's a tower down there. It's a tower out Edison Highway, where Edison Highway meet Route 40 at. There's a tower up by Cold Spring, by the college. There's a tower down Parkside. So there are towers, but there's no tower in the area. You know what I'm saying? It's like a 1.5 to 4 mile radius. I don't know why they didn't put any towers around here. I don't know if it's racism or not, but I just find it strange that the towers are where the people got money at. How does it work? You plug it into the wall, one end of it, and the other end, you stick it somewhere. You find the best place that has bars on the front of it. And the same way you do a cell phone, you walk around your house, you find the best place for the best signal, and then you leave it there, or you screw it in the wall, or whatever you're gonna do with it. You hang it up, or whatever you're gonna do with it. It's just a little box. Wait a minute, let me show you. Matter of fact, I haven't gone on. I haven't looked for one on Amazon. Maybe Amazon got one. eBay looking kind of rough. But see, I don't mind to use one. I don't mind to use stuff. Verizon. Oh, it came right up. Verizon LTE signal booster. Let's go to our old friend. Let's always go to Prime. No, let's go to low to high first. And then go to Prime. That's an antenna. I wish you could. That's just an antenna for one. I wish you can get one for $6. Shoot, I got $6. I wouldn't even say nothing. I would on. Y'all would never known. Oh Lord. I don't know. 369, 159. That's an antenna. Antenna. That's $39.99. $159. God darn. $135. All right, we get ready to head to eBay. It's ridiculous. Yeah, I don't see no deals. God darn. I don't see no deals. All right, no, let's watch some of these videos. Even though I ain't about to buy one of these, let's take a look.
So you've got your signal booster all set up, the green light is on, and now you can make calls without fear of dropping them. But how do you tell what your signal booster is actually doing? How much is it boosting your signal? If you've got really terrible signal and now you can make a call, then obviously it's working. But what if your phone just jumps up a bar or two? It's not working properly, right? Actually, no. Did you realize that there's no standard for what a signal bar on your phone actually means? Take a look at this test. We've got two phones sitting side by side receiving the exact same amount of signal. On this phone it shows 2 bars, but on this phone it shows 4. It's a big difference, even though they're getting the exact same amount of signal. Signal strength is measured in dBm or decibel milliwatts, and it always shows up as a negative number.
See?
The closer that number gets to 0, the better your signal strength. You'll never actually reach 0 though. The highest you'll see is about negative 40, which is pretty much perfect signal and 5 bars on your phone. While a negative 120 is pretty much no signal at all or unusable signal, and would show up as no bars or no signal on your phone.
And we stay around 1.5 to 114.
It's really easy to do. We've got a video showing you how to do that right here. So put your phone into test mode and then do a test with your signal booster on and off. You'll see how much your booster is improving the signal. Keep in mind that phones sometimes will take a while to update, so make sure that you give your phone 30 seconds or so to make sure that the signal is updated. Okay, so you've got your phone in test mode, you flip the booster on, and you see your signal jump from -115 to -85. That's an increase of 30 dB. That's pretty decent, right? Well, actually, cell phone signal increases logarithmically. So that 30 dB jump actually means your cell phone signal is 1,000 times stronger. If you had a 40 dB jump, it would be 10,000 times stronger. So that's a pretty massive improvement. Here are a couple tips when testing your cell phone signal. Like I mentioned earlier, your phone can sometimes take a while to update. Oftentimes, your phone will only display one band when it's actually receiving several. For example, it might only show the signal strength for your LTE up in the top of your phone when it's actually receiving LTE and 3G signal. So the booster might be boosting 3G signal dramatically, but you'll never know because you can't see it on your phone. To check what's really going on with your signal, you can compare the bands on your phone. On an Android device, we recommend a great app called Signal Check Lite.
I'm gonna look at it right now.
Signal level with and without a booster while your LTE is turned on. Then go into settings and turn LTE off. Do the same test again with and without your booster. Now, this will sound like two lengths of cable together with a barrel connector between the antennas, or need to adjust or aim them differently to get the booster working at peak performance. When doing a soft install, it's much easier to have two antennas. Have one person stand inside near the signal booster while you get on the roof with the outside antenna. Walk around the roof to various locations and have your helper relay the information up to you. Have them check the signal level on their phone in test mode, as well as the light color on the booster. Each time you make a change, have the person reset the booster inside to update the lights. Your phone may take a little while to update the signal. iPhones are especially notorious for this, sometimes taking up to a minute. So make sure you're patient at each location and spend some time there so that the signal has had time to update. A little trick to make this happen faster is to turn airplane mode on for a few seconds, then turn it back off. This will reboot the signal. Or you can pick up a signal meter. A signal meter updates instantaneously, so you'll never have to wait around for the signal to update. Not only that, but it also covers all the different bands for all the various carriers, whereas your phone will only...
Alright, so you boring me to death. Alrighty, this is... Let me put OBS so I can see what y'all see. Can y'all see that? The pink is the tower. Now, the red down there, see at the bottom? That's where I am, right? Y'all see that? Now, the market is where the words is, where it say lakeside. That's where the market is. So that's where the tower is, right? We just want to connect to that tower better. That's a distance. That big street that you see crossing, that's where the market is. So y'all see me ride to the market. So that's why I say it's almost halfway. No, it's not that bad though, but it's like a quarter of the way past the market. Now, to get to the next tower, I want you to look for the pink dot. Look for the pink dot. Do you see any pink dots? We went that way. You don't see any pink dots. Let's come back. That next tower is all the way up there by Hamilton. That's about 2 miles up the road, if not more. I think it's about, yeah, that's about 2 miles up the road. And then you got one down here by Fells Point on the water. We ain't nowhere near that. And I'm still scrolling. God darn. Yeah. Oh, I'm all in Pikesville. They don't have look at all these towers around Mount Washington. Look at all them towers they got right there around them people that got money. Look at all them towers, y'all. Ain't that something? You got to have money to live there. That don't make no sense. Yeah, well, they have 5 towers around there. 5. Y'all know how rough that is? They had 5 towers. Y'all see, you had to go all the way down to there on water, down Fells Point. Now, let's get off of this page, because Amazon is freaking ridiculous. If that Liz, I see you going across the screen. Hey, Liz. I couldn't find your email address. I was going to tell you we were going live. You can rewind back and see we had a pretty good sermon. I'm kind of disappointed. I went to a couple people chats and I invited them to come over, and one of the ladies came on. And I think they went there instead, so it's all good. They'll be along. Maybe they'll watch it when the lady go off. So we'll see. But like I say, I found another lady that she does mukbangs too, but she does religion too. And I went over there in her chat. So I was hoping she would come. Yeah, it's a lady. She actually was it's not a script like I am with scriptures and sermons and stuff, but I was hoping to draw some people over here, you know. I was hoping, I invited somebody else to show up, but I guess they still mad, so maybe they'll come back on their own. Time heal all wounds. Oops, I went too far. Oops, I went too far. While we're here, let's check on our chain. Check on our chains. Is our chains on the way? Has it made it to America yet? No, it's still in transit. Estimated delivery is still April 3rd. They said deliveries might be delayed. I asked this person to cancel this order, man. Come on. Ain't no way to cancel it. It's only $1.05, but still. This was in our cart, and I didn't know it, and they won't refund it. Send a message, please. All right. Let's look while I'm here. I'm gonna just type it in. Maybe if I don't put LTE, maybe we can get a cheap 3G booster. I don't know. Okay, under $50. Incomplete. Is that what it's called, or is it incomplete? Okay, let's keep going then. I don't know. 46, 44. I'm on. That's 30 with shipping. That's 35. Two of them? $4 days left on it. I'll put it on the watch list. A signal. What is that? Could you use it in the house? Does it actually extend? But does it? Can you connect it to a phone? That's what I want to know. You got to. Can you use it in the home? That's what I want to know. Thank you. Does incomplete, is that the name of it? Seriously. Is that the name of it? Why does it say for not working? What does incomplete mean? Oh, heck no. What do you mean incomplete? What about these? They all messed up. All right, let me out of here. All right. Does that include shipping? Yeah. All right. Let me ask your opinion. Does anybody use an antenna signal booster? This one doesn't use electricity, but it says it boosts the signal. Is it better to get one? Is it better to get one that does boost the signal electronically? Boom, boom, boom. Boom, boom, boom. Boom, boom, boom. I think we should get the electric kind because we can buy. I think that'll work better. So 49. That got 5 days left. That ain't gonna last long. box, 4G LT, booster amplifier. S1160. Put that on the watch list. That's too much. That's too much. Network extender. That's only 3G. Dorm room, cell phone. Booster. 21 megahertz. Phone signal. Well, let's check something out first. I don't mean to be boring, y'all. I'm sorry, y'all. Let me log back in. See what the chat's saying. Why would you do that, man? Come on. Thank you. They say they have no clue. 45. Oh, it's in the auction. Verizon 4G. Band 13. That's our best band. So 700 megahertz is band 13. Damn, these things are expensive. God darn. Prices are the chain. Where's the one that I saw? I didn't bookmark it. Where did I see it? Where did I see it? 139. They lost their mind. Don't y'all hate when you pass something? Here we go. So it don't have an antenna with it? How much did they want for this thing? 25 plus 8, that's 30. I'm gonna put down the watch list. All right. Man. All right, they got it on Wish for $29. $26. $69. All right, let's look on Amazon and see if we see a review. The heck? You supposed to be showing me a review. Why are you? I hate when they do that, man. Okay. Home and office. Okay. Whoa, look at that. God damn. $400. I said $400. God damn. And that's our smallest one. Lord, help me, Jesus. I ain't got that kind of money. Yeah, you looking a lot cheaper now. What's that called? Ming call. I hate when you just gotta hold me up, man. We ain't got all night. I'm holding the show up looking at this. What is it? Ming call? Here's one for $29 on Wish. Anybody know anything about Wish? They want $29. I don't know about Wish. I don't know nothing about Wish. I'll leave Wish alone. Ain't nobody else is reasonable. So how the hell does that work? I don't see nothing. So what do you do with it? You hang it out the window? Well, how does it work? Okay, and it's free shipping. So how do you set it up? All right, I'm getting a headache. Jimmy Christmas. 121. God darn. I don't do it. I think we need all that. God darn. Well, now this might be what you need, sweetie. God darn, that's a lot of stuff right there. God darn. Man. That's a lot. Let's try this then. Oh. Still expensive. Excuse me. All right, well, how much is the band 4 one? Is that cheaper? Nope, $119.59. Oh, damn, excuse me. $79, $89, $80, $90. We already saw that one. That's a bad mama jama right there. Okay. That's an arm and a leg though. Got down 485. Woo! I said woo. 41. Oh, excuse me. 51, 41, 50, 41. All right, let's see if we can find a cheap one of these. $87, $22, $199, $46. Oh. This only, I think I seen this. This is only $20. Hang this boy out the daggone window. Screw it in or something. What does it connect to? It's just an antenna. It's just an antenna. That's why it's so cheap. Yeah, it's an antenna. Oh. It doesn't say what the range is. What's the range? Let's see the details. Oh. Oh. Wait a minute, it connects to the device. How? You know what I'm saying? How does it connect to the device? Connect the outside antenna. Connect cellular phone or data card. I don't see a connector. Oh, let's look it up. Wilson. But that is right there. Wilson 811-200 direct connect. Direct connect 800 to 1900 megahertz. Go. What? Okay, we got gypped on that one. It's the same place. Oh, it discontinued. Oh, forget it, man. I'm done. Oh, I'm done. You say that and you right back here. Yeah, I think you're retarded. Wait a minute. Somebody asked something in the chat. Let's go back. Somebody asked a question. Somebody asked a question. Alrighty. Well, yeah. Now I said, you can purchase your very own tower for the price. Yeah, getting that. Now I said, beware of anything coming from there at the moment. Do not order from Wish. It takes a long time to get your order from there. Also, Naya says, yes, Liz. I read a lot of complaints about Wish. Liz says, oh, yes, Naya. Some of my YouTubers do Wish hauls for fun. Naya said, how I like the products. Liz said, and their products are way off from what they advertise. Somebody said Jesus shops at Amazon. What? If Jesus had a YouTube platform of his own, I guarantee you he would have Amazon and eBay on deck. Somebody said, are you purchasing a hotline to God? Isn't praying easier? So why was Saul the first king of Israel possessed by a Babylonian demon in the Bible? And I said because that stuff is cheap. And why was King David's magic lyre and the cantillation system of the Old Testament lost? And why was King Solomon the leader of the Freemasons and want to you asking a lot of questions there, Croco's Mia, and I don't mind it. But can you ask one that's relevant to the platform? You talking a lot of stuff about the Old Testament. We on the platform of, are you walking with Jesus? You ain't made not one comment about the New Testament. I can't worry about King David. My only worry about King David is not making the same mistake that he made. Solomon, the wisest man in the world, not make the same mistake he made. You know? Our platform is if you walking with Jesus, that's your pathway to God. As long as you stay connected to Jesus, other stuff don't matter. Because if you ain't connected to him, that's all she wrote. Now, we can have a debate or stuff like that, but if you're not dealing with the main topic, how do you get and stay in line with Jesus? You're not going to accomplish the goal. The goal is to get everybody to get to know Jesus Christ so they can get to know the Father. Yeah, supposed to be the wisest man, but hey, Noah was the perfect man, and look, if you look at my video on the book of Job, oh man, it'll blow your mind. It blew my mind. Definitely. Yeah, if you was here earlier, I showed you where in Matthew 13, I believe, he actually talked about what's going on in Revelation. He already told you. Come the end of the age, I'm going to send my angels down, and they're going to pluck up all the evil folk and going to throw them into the furnace of fire. Job wasn't a demon. Job just didn't understand. I said Job, whatever. Job didn't understand. He thought as long as he followed the law, that God was obligated to bless him. It never occurred to him until you get toward the end. That's when he realized, wait a minute. I keep talking about you, God. Now I'm talking to you. Hey, where you all this stuff happen? But before, well, God gives, he takes away, and I wasn't working hard enough, and I'll just wait, and he'll restore me back the way I was. This is a temporary thing, and because I do everything right, and so God has to bless me and return everything. I haven't done anything wrong. Never occurs to him to say, hey God, what are you doing? What's going on here? My family, my livestock, my house burnt down. I'm sitting here with boils and a pile of ashes. Like, what happened? Hello. Woo-hoo. Hello. Do you see me here? What did I do? What have I done wrong? Talk to me. That's the one thing that Job didn't do until he was at rock bottom. Remember earlier, I talked about hitting rock bottom. Job had to hit rock bottom. He kept talking about God. Never took the time to talk to God. You had to realize that God liked Job, but he wanted Job to walk with him. Job didn't walk with God. So he used Job as an example to us. God doesn't have to do anything for you. He's not obligated to bless you. But if you want to be blessed, then come to him. Don't sit there and everything was going so well, and then all of a sudden everything fall to pieces. But you know, I'm not doing enough, so let me just keep working. Let me work harder. Let me get out there and grind some more. Let me hustle some more. Yeah, I'm serious. Job never talked to God. He just talked about him, or over him, or assumed. He just never said, "Hey God, how you doing today?" You know, just your little servant Job. I'm just checking in with you, see what's going on. Never did it. Never. But he'll talk to somebody else. Yeah, look what God has done for me. Look how he's blessed me. I follow all the laws. I even do things for people I don't know, just in case they've sinned. I've taken in people that were homeless. I've fed the poor. I've done all these things. I follow everything to the letter of the law. So God must bless me because I'm doing everything that I'm doing. Problem is, you're doing everything but staying in contact with him. You don't talk to him. That's why when the devil went there, he didn't mention him. Yeah, you know, he doing everything right. But then when God said, "Hey, look at him. Oh, well, you know, you bless everything he do, you know, let me have him." God said, "Go ahead." Now, if Job was the greatest man on earth, I don't think he'd been handing over so fast. But because he never talked to God, he was expendable. I want y'all to marinate that. The greatest man supposedly on earth at that time was totally expendable. You know why? Because he did not walk with God. Expendable. Useless. It says in Revelation that the four beasts pray and praise all day. You can pray and praise all day, but I'm telling you right now, if you're not walking with God, if you do not know Jesus, because Jesus is going to be the one that's going to let you in or throw you in a lake of fire. He's the decision maker. If you don't know him, there's no way you know God. So you got to know Jesus. You keep going back to that biblical days. A lot of them people you talking about, some of them are sitting down there in torments, in baby hell. They've been waiting all this time for judgment day to come, only to be thrown from baby hell into the furnace of fire. That's what they waiting on. They sitting there in darkness, burning slowly, in agony. And unlike jail you get a release date. Their release date is they get however long it takes to stand in line. I guess the suffering will stop while they waiting in line. So they got that to look forward to. And then they're going to go to 10 times more suffering. And the whole time they got to sit there and watch all their relatives come. They got to sit there and watch their children come. They got to sit there and watch their neighbors come. They got to sit down there and wrestle with Hitler. They got to sit down there and deal with all the rapists and the child molesters and the serial killers and the Arab bombers and all of them going to be sitting down there in dark. bumping into each other and fighting, and they're all on fire, and they all will kill you for just a little bit of thirst, just a little drop of water to quench my thirst. Just give me a little drop, a little morning dew, anything. They're gonna be in that state for eternity. That's sad. But if you want to get to God, you have to go through Jesus. You gotta let Jesus come in and clean you up. Let him come in, let him clean you up, and let him cover you with his blood. Let him wash you clean. Absolve you of your sin. Then God can look down and listen to what you're saying. But in your state right now, he ain't listening to you. Pray all you want. He don't know you. Because first you gotta learn Jesus. And we just started. We haven't gotten to it yet. You said King Solomon was given 606 talents of gold, ran the Freemasons, and by extension, modern banking. I think the Masons are the Antichrist. Why are you concerned about who the Antichrist is? If I know the real Christ, the Antichrist can't do nothing to me. If I know the real Christ, the devil can't go up to God and say, hey, I'm coming to get so-and-so. Oh, no, you won't. You walking with me. Oh, well, let me go find somebody else to mess with then. That was going to happen. That's what's going to happen. I ain't worrying about the Antichrist. I ain't worrying about this world. I ain't worrying about no car. I ain't worrying about no house. I ain't worrying about nothing. I'm doing my time. However long I'm stuck down here, and I call it being stuck. This is my American Idol audition. I'm trying to make it to the next round. Everything down here is going to be down here. You are going to leave. So why worry about stashing money? Why worry about stashing up stuff? Why worry about getting bigger houses? Somebody else going to live in it because you're going to die and somebody else is going to be living in it. I got to have me 12 cars. You won't be driving them. You'll be gone. Somebody else will be driving them. Everything down here is temporary. He says, because I have published the return of the Davidic Larry on my channel, and it is in the Talmud Arkan 13b as a precursor to the apocalypse. The rabbi said I was a devil and also blessed. Stop worrying about when the world gonna end. That's not your main concern. Your main concern is, are you going to be on Jesus' list or not? That should be your main concern. Everything else is secondary. Am I in that book? Will he say he know me? If he say he don't know you, you go in that lake of fire. I'm not worrying about the Masons. I'm not worrying about no Larry. I'm worrying about, am I going? That's what I'm worried about. And all my people going. I come preach to them every day. Are they listening? Are they taking anything I say seriously? Because I want to have the Minister Bubba Derrick show on the next level. I like us all to be there, shaking hand, hugging. Hey, how you doing? How you been? It's nice to finally meet you. That's what I'm looking forward to. You say every number in Revelations is music theory. Well, let's go take a look. Let me hit the subscribe button and hit that bell. Wait a minute, they ain't let me hit the bell. What's going on here? Okay, hold on. This action is turned off for content made for kids. So I can't hit the bell? Okay. This is Crowsmeyer 24. Let's see what he got. Melodoke. Minor is so basic geometry. 90-degree station. Circuit original design. Acoustic trowel plus plate. The four beasts of the apocalypse. Well, let's take a look. You ain't gonna flag us, are you? Not loading up. Any volume? Okay. Oh, you say it's for musicians? Well, we went and took a look. That I had to ask a church musician. You say try King Solomon's Ring. Go to channel. King Solomon's Ring. The circle. Chromatic rotation. Chromatic scale. It might help if you explained it. Somebody gonna see that and go, what the heck? Somebody gonna look at that and say, what the heck is that? You should be explaining it. Like, I'm getting ready to explain these 51 commandments of Jesus Christ to us. I didn't stutter. 51. That's why I've been stalling. 51. Is y'all ready? I said, is y'all ready? We got 51. 5 to the 1. Let's get it. Hope my voice hold up. So let's get back. I took a little breaky break. Let's get to it. Wait a minute, where is it? Where did they go? Hold on. Wait a minute. I must be in the wrong one. Hold on a second. How many did I bookmark? Okay, here we go. My bad. Here we go. What are the commands of Christ? All right, 49. I thought it was 51. 49 commands of Christ, words to live by. Jesus said, if you love me, keep my commandments. Keeping the commands of Jesus begin with recognizing what they are. Following is a collection of 49 of Jesus' commands. As you read through them, ask God to help you observe these words, apply them, and faithfully follow them throughout your lifetime. So, you're going through the crucifixion, the power of it, why you need to have a connection to Jesus Christ. Now we're going to do his commandments. Let's get it. Repent. From the time that Jesus became to preach and say repent, for the kingdom of heaven is at hand. Follow me. And he said unto them, follow me, and I will make you fishers of men. Rejoice. Blessed are ye when men shall revile you and persecute you, and shall say all manner of evil against you falsely, for my sake. Rejoice and be exceedingly glad, for great is your reward in heaven. For so persecuted they the prophets which were before you. Let your light shine before men, that they may see your good works and glorify your Father which is in heaven. Notice they said, let your light shine so that they may see your good works. Didn't say for you to brag about it. We got videos on that. He didn't say brag. He said, let the people see. We human beings, we want somebody to pat us on the back. We want people, hey, good job there. Hey, it was good. We want that. Say that glory for God. Worry about God patting you on the back. Worry about Jesus saying, hey, good job. Worry about with no man. The man can't no man get you up out of here. Why you worrying about what other man think? Honor God's law. Think not that I came to destroy the law or the prophets. I didn't come to destroy, but to fulfill. Be reconciled. Therefore, if thou bring thy gift to the altar, and there remembers that their brother have aught against thee, leave thy gift before the altar, and go thy way. First be reconciled to thy brother, and then come and offer thy gift. Do not lust, but I say to you that whoever looketh on a woman to lust after her hath committed adultery with her already in your heart. And if the right eye offends thee, pluck it out and cast it from thee. For it is profitable for thee that one of thy members should perish, and not that the whole body should be cast into hell. And if the right hand offend thee, cut it off and cast it from thee. For it's profitable for thee that one of thy members should perish, and that the whole body should not be cast into hell. Keep your word. Let your communication be ye, nay, for whatsoever is more than these come of evil. Keep your word. And so you're going to do something, do it. Especially if you say it in God or Jesus' name. Keep your word. Go the second mile. You've heard it. You've heard that it had been said, an eye for an eye and a tooth for a tooth. But I say to you that you resist not evil, but whoever shall smite thee on the right cheek, turn to him the other also. And if any man will sue thee at the law and take away thy coat, let him have thy cloak also. And whoever shall compel thee to go a mile, go with him twain, go with him 2 miles. Give to him that asketh, and from him that borrow of thee, turn not thou away. Love your enemies. But I say unto you, love your enemies, bless them that curse you. Do good to them that hate you, and pray for them which despitefully use you, and persecute you, that ye may be the children of your Father which is in heaven. For he maketh his sun to rise on the evil and the good, and sendeth rain on the just and the unjust. For if ye love them which love you, what reward have you? Do not even the publicans do the same for their own food? Be perfect. If ye love them which love you, what reward have you? Do not even the public the same? And if you salute your brethren only, what do you more than others? Do not even the publicans, that should be pagans. Be you therefore perfect, even as your Father which is in heaven is perfect. So you should love those that don't love you. Practice secret disciplines. When thou do thy alms, let not the left hand know what the right hand doeth, that thine alms may be in secret, and thy Father which seeth in secret shall reward thee openly. When thou prayest, enter into the closet, and when thou hast shut the door, pray to the Father which is in secret, and thy Father which seeth in secret shall reward thee openly. When thou fast, anoint thine head and wash thy face, that thou appear not unto men to fast, but unto thy Father which is in secret, and thy Father which seeth in secret shall reward thee openly. This is basically what I said earlier. Why you gotta let everybody know what you're doing? If you're doing something to impress God, why do you everybody gotta know about it? Why everybody got to know about it? Why are you worrying about what the next man thinks? You should be worried about what God thinks or what you're doing. But no, yeah, I gave $100,000 to the orphanage. I went, you got to brag about it. The people that you help will brag for you. You don't have to. Lay up not for yourself treasures upon the earth, where moth and rust doth corrupt, and where thieves break through and steal. But lay up for yourselves treasures in heaven, where neither moth nor rust doth corrupt, and where thieves do not break through nor steal. For where your treasure is, there will be your heart also. I said earlier, stop worrying about saving this up and, make sure you got enough to live on, but stop worrying about hoarding stuff because you're not going to be here. Somebody else will have it. So why kill yourself and wind up in torment for the next 4,000 or 5,000 years for something you ain't going to have? Somebody else going to have. Seriously. I got a brand new phone right here, piece of crap. I'm not going to sit here and I got a new phone, even though the reception ain't great. I got a new phone. And so what? I doubt a day somebody else had this phone. Whoever come in here and clean up is going to pick up that phone and say, ooh, new phone. And put it in their pocket. So why should I put all my eggs into things that ain't going to come with me? Your body won't even come with you. So why would you worry about inanimate objects? Seek you first the kingdom of God and his righteousness, And all these things shall be added unto you. Seek out the kingdom of God. How do you do that? Studying his word. Talking and getting to know Jesus. And working your way up to the ladder where you can actually talk to God and he'll actually hear what you got to say. You got to earn it through faith, prayer, diligence, behavior. You know, it ain't just given to you. You got to earn it. Judge not that ye not be judged. For what judgment you judge, you shall be judged. And with measure you met, it shall be measured to you again. And why beholdest thou the mote that is in? Why worry about the speck that's in your brother's eye, but consider not the beam that's in your own eye? I'll change that and make it understandable. Don't judge people. You can judge behavior, but don't judge the people themselves. You got to understand that difference. Somebody could be the sweetest person in the world, but they can go out there and kill 10 people and come back and be the sweetest person in the world. They can go out there and rob 5 banks and be the sweetest person in the world. They can go out there and molest 5 kids and come back and be the sweetest person in the world. You can have a spouse that's sweet to everybody else and come home and beat the crap out you. Judge the behavior, what they do, not what come out their mouth, not how they seem to be when they in public. How are they when nobody looking? You can judge that. You know, I don't. You know, you're a nice person and all, but goddamn, why is it that when you go out of my sight, you act a fool, and then you come back and you're sitting in here with us and you're acting like you're an angel? I mean, come on, man. I'm looking at your behavior. Why do you think we want you around us? It ain't you. You fine. We ain't got no problem with you. But we don't like the things you do. See, you can judge the things they do. Because that's one thing that people can't change quickly. It takes time. If you're used to doing the same thing, you're going to keep doing the same thing until something hits you, and then you'll gradually start doing something else. But somebody can tell you anything. Oh, yeah, I'll be at church tomorrow, and then you sit there and that person don't come. And you'll see him on Monday at the job. Thought you coming to the church. Yeah, okay, I'll be there next Sunday, and next Sunday come and they don't come. That third Sunday, you shouldn't even walk up to them. You just keep going about your business. Let them come hunt you down. In 1 week, they're going to come run up behind you and say, I know I was coming to church, but I'll be there this Sunday. And if they show up, welcome them. And if they don't show up, hey, go about your business. You try it. But don't sit there, yeah, that sorry son of a gun. I sat here for 9 straight weeks waiting on him to come. You ain't got to do all that. Just let it go. Just let it go. He said he was going to come pick these kids up. He supposed to have them on the weekend. I want to go out and party. Yeah. Find somebody else to watch the kids. Let it go. Ain't no need. Yeah, make no sense. He supposed to come get these kids on the weekend and he don't even come. Yeah. It ain't necessary. But you see by the behavior, they're not dependable. Don't put no trust in them. Why waste time moaning and groaning? You see you can't put no trust in them. Make other arrangements. You know? And if you got a problem, and you see somebody else with the same problem, but everybody not paying your problem no mind, but they don't like this other person, and your problem is worse than his, how can you go jump in and team up against somebody else when you got bigger problems than that person got? Seriously. That's what this verse is referring to. Before I continue on, anybody got any comments so far? Let me take the chat real quick. It says, Jesus is nicer to people than himself. Cut out your own eye, but forgive someone else. I think he was using that as a metaphor. If you're going to let these things keep you from getting in the paradise, he's using a metaphor. You better off cutting it off. If I know that I can't stop looking at women breast or butts and I'm a married man, then maybe I should start putting some sunglasses on or something so I can't see the butts when they walk by, or maybe I need not look. Maybe I need to be worried about what I got instead of looking at what somebody else got or what I can't get. That's what I think the meaning is. You said you know what God thinks already. Where do you think I got it from? Money. My channel was free. I didn't pay for it from God. It took me 35 years. The herald of the apocalypse is severe. Judge God, then get some respect. Ego response. Bye. You lost me. I haven't said nothing about you, sir. What are you talking about? But let me get back to what I was doing. I don't know what he was doing. Ego response. I haven't said anything to you. Okay, well, like I say, I'm not going to judge. I'm going to keep right on moving. Do not cast pearls. Give not that which is holy unto the dogs. Neither cast your pearls before swine, lest they trample them under your feet and turn again and rend you. Give not that which is holy unto dogs. Neither cast your pearls before swine, lest they trample them under your feet and turn again and rend you. It's a lot of ways you can take this. But I'm going to tell you what I'm feeling out this verse. A lot of the times we give things to people that don't deserve it. They don't know how to handle it. They can't take care of it. They can't keep it up. Don't give people more than what they can handle. Because they're going to disappoint you. And then you're going to be angry with them. And then what are you going to do? You're going to judge them. Yeah, I sat there and gave him a brand new iPhone. God darn it. He ain't cracked the screen. It ain't even been an hour. What the heck wrong with him? See, that's why you can't do nothing for people. Because you sit there and you give them some $1,000 iPhone. He ain't broke in a daggone hour. Like, God darn. What's the matter with you? What, are you retarded? Are you handicapped? Like, what the hell, man? You just broke a brand new, I just bought you that brand new necklace. That's got the pendant of our great-great-grandmother on it. What you mean you lost it? That's our family heirloom. You supposed to hand that down to your birth daughter, and she supposed to hand it down to her daughter, and they supposed to go on for the rest of the time, and you sat there and lost the daggone heirloom. I don't know what you know what? I don't know what I gave it to you. God, could you be any more stupider? But you knew the person is not good with things. Why give it to him? And if you do give it to them and they break it or lose it, you knew they would probably do that before you gave it to them. So why do you think the result will be different? You should be mad at yourself, not get mad at the person. Because now you're making God angry at you. Because you knew better and you still did it. So how can you get mad? How can you get mad? Why give something valuable to somebody who you know can't, won't take care of it? You know? But they ain't nothing like, you'll give somebody something nice like a painting or some furniture. And when you come by to visit them, you expect to see your painting on the wall. Your painting might be hidden behind something. They didn't like it. Don't say anything. Just forget about it. Don't let that kill a day. You came over there to hang out, come and hang out. The painting you gave them ain't up, or the sofa you gave them is stashed in the garage somewhere. Yeah, well, where the sofa I gave you at? I don't see the painting or the sofa. Like I work hard and get that for you. And where is it? I'm in the living room. I should be sitting on the sofa I bought. Just let it go. You gave it to them. They could do whatever they want to do with it. You can't come back and ask them. And if you knew they wasn't going to use it, you should know. You should have went to the daggone thrift store and got a daggone sofa. You knew they were going to tear it up. Ask and it shall be given to you. Seek and you shall find. Knock and it shall be opened unto you. For everyone that asketh receiveth, and he that seeketh findeth, and to him that knocketh it shall be opened. But what are you looking for? You should be looking for Jesus Christ to welcome you into the family. That's what you should be looking for. You should be looking to see if Jesus Christ is inside of you, changing and fixing you. That's what you should be looking for. Your question should be, am I walking with you? That's what you should be seeking. Everything else is secondary. Do unto others, therefore, all things whatsoever you would that men should do to you, do you even so to them. For this is the law and the prophets. So do unto others as you want them to do unto you. If you treat people badly, you shouldn't get mad when they treat you badly back. That's pretty simple. When you act like a fool and people act like a fool back, you should be like, I expect it. Choose the narrow way. Enter ye in at the straight gate, for wide is the gate, and broad is the way that leadeth to destruction, and many there be which go into the what? Into thereat. Because straight is the gate, and narrow is the way which leadeth unto life, and few there be that find it. So basically, it is basically saying, choose the narrow way. The narrow way is the hard way. Why is it hard? Because for us human beings, to stay in the straight line is hard. To not mess up, to not sin. It's so much easier to cheat and do things. So much easier to be underhanded and do things. When you do it the right way, it's harder. And a lot of people don't have the patience, the time, or the skill to do it the right way, or the faith. So they try and take the shortcut, and they wind up going down the gate, which is easy, it's just wide open, and it's the gate to hell. Beware of false prophets. Beware of false prophets which come to you in sheep's clothing, but inwardly they are ravening wolves. Ye shall know them by their fruits. Do men gather grapes of thorns, or figs of thistles? Now this is telling you that false prophets are going to come. How do you know when a false prophet comes? Some are real easy. People that claim to do healing and pay people to come and act like they got healed. You know, you got preachers that are telling you throw money up on the altar and demand God get you a car or get you a house or get you a mate. I've never seen Jesus say do that. I've never seen anybody in the Bible say to do that. But you know what? People do it right now. It's not hard to tell who is real and who is fake. Listen to what they say and then watch what they do. Listen to what they say and watch what they do. You know, people would say, because I've had people who actually came up to me and actually know the channel, and they'll sit there and they've said, it's funny how you go from religion to talking about people taking care of their kids and to roasting crows that attack you. How are you doing all these things? And I would say, but they are on different channels. But I said it is because there are two sides. Everybody has a good side and a bad side. Well, that's kind of contradictory for you to sit there and try to preach and I would say it's no contradictory than for God to say Sodom and Gomorrah got to get out of here. Go ahead, Jesus. You take some angels down there and blow it to smithereens. God is still holy. But his other side went down there and burnt all them people up. So if God has the Father, the Son, and the Holy Spirit, three different entities of the same person, how come a human being can't have a dual personality? I know the sweetest woman in the world. You corner her in the dark alley, she gonna be swinging that purse like she Bruce Lee. As soon as the threat is gone, she's gonna be back to being that sweet old lady. So once again, judge the person by everything they do, not just one thing you want to pick on. I heard that Mike Tyson was the sweetest man in the world, but God darn it, I don't want to see the Mike Tyson get in the ring in front of me. I know that. Vander Holyfield supposed to be so religious. God darn it, don't get in the ring with him. You're not gonna get that religious of Vander Holyfield. You don't get somebody trying to knock your block off. So judge a person by their behavior in real life, not when they are on a stage, but their real life. I remember Lady Sing the Blues, Billie Holiday, one of the greatest singers ever. Couldn't stop drugging, laying around. Still was a great singer. But as a human being, I wouldn't want to be sitting around her. Yeah. Just saying. You know, Bill Clinton was a great president, but if I was a woman, I wouldn't want to be married to him. Great president, lousy husband. What you say, Liz? Oh, mercy. I don't know if that person was trolling us or what. We didn't say anything to him. I don't know what's all that is. I mean, he going on and on and on. Cut out your own eye, but forgive someone else. He said he know what God think. Well, if you know what God think, ask him when we gonna reach 10,000 million subscribers. You know what God think? Ask God, am I gonna get a donation today so I can go to the market? And you know what to think? Ask God, are we gonna get the LTE signal booster so we can stream it in 2K? Since he said he know what he think. He said money, his channel is free. Who said anything about money? Who said anything about his channel? Took me 35 years to earn. You earn what? The herald of the apocalypse is severe. Judge God then. Get some respect. Ego response by X. I don't know what he's talking about. You know what he's talking about, Naya? Liz? What is he talking about? How's me talking about Jesus' commandments? What does that got to do with his channel? Only thing I said to him was, he should have some commentary explaining the diagrams and designs that he showed. He said it's for church musicians only. Then why is it on a worldwide YouTube? Why you didn't put it in a church place? But I didn't ask him that. I just made an observation, but they had not, I don't know what all that is. We looked at 2 of his videos, and both of the videos had no talking in it. Just had the diagrams in there. If you don't know what he's talking about, you just look at it and go, and that's all I'm saying. Why was that a bad thing? I wish you come back and explain why was that a bad thing? We got all these commandments that came out of Jesus Christ's mouth. I'm not just reading them. I'm breaking them down as we go. So you understand what each one means. If I just had diagrams here and you weren't an expert in the field, you wouldn't know what you were looking at. Why wasn't he explaining that? I think that's good criticism. Helpful criticism. But what does how that lead to all that? I took the time to go showcase his channel. And his views ain't much better than ours. 27, 30, 40, his views ain't much better than ours. But I introduced him to the 50 or 60 people that watch this video. I introduced his channel. And he's here, and he could have explained to you what you were looking at, but instead, he typed all that gibberish. This is what I mean when I say, don't judge a person by what they say, but what they do. He had a chance to get y'all to come over there and check him out and become fans of his, but instead, he chose to do this. You know? Can't help everybody. Let's continue on, ladies. Pray for laborers. The harvest is truly plenteous. but the laborers are few. Pray ye before the Lord of the harvest, that he will send forth laborers into his harvest. Anybody? Hey Liz, you want to take a crack at that one? Nah, you want to take a crack at that one? Go ahead. I'm gonna let y'all break it down. Break it down, ladies. Come on, it's a real easy scripture. Break it down. Hello, we're waiting. Anyone of y'all want to take a crack at it? I won't make fun of you. I want to see if y'all paying attention. Anybody? Come on, there's 3 of y'all here, according to this phone. Which I must say I'm impressed, even though I'm not playing it. I have the video paused, but I got the chat showing up here. Y'all notice I don't have the phone up on the thing no more. I'm tired of having it up there. Shoot. I'm thinking about getting that antenna and putting it out the I'm thinking about running, depending on how long it is. But I think I'm gonna get that $15 antenna. I'm gonna try to find it cheaper. I'm gonna keep looking. I'm gonna see if I can find it cheaper. I got $6. If I can find one for $6, I'll go ahead and order it. Because for $40, I mean, unlimited for $40. The tower is the problem. So either get an antenna or get a better phone. And a better phone ain't a guarantee. But I might get that $15 signal booster, and if that don't work, then I'll get the so I'm not gonna worry myself. Alrighty, I'll give y'all a chance. See if y'all can break this. I'll do it. The harvest is plenteous, but the laborers are few. The harvest is the non-believers. The laborers, like myself, that are trying to spread the seed of knowledge into the people, are few. So pray for us that we can get more people to become laborers instead of just being those who are lost and are the harvest. Do y'all understand? There are so many people that need to come to Jesus, but there are few people that's actually working on getting people to come to Jesus instead of working on getting some money in the collection plate or getting them to invest in their business. All right, let's move on. Be wise as serpents. Behold, I send you forth as sheep in the midst of wolves. Be ye therefore wise as serpents and harmless as doves. Simple scripture. I'm sending you out into the world full of demons, full of evil, people that want to hurt you because you're speaking in my name. So be wise in your movements. Be aware. Try not to say the wrong thing to get these wolves to tear you in a million pieces. But don't let that fear show. Let your light shine out. So you can attract people to come to Jesus. So be friendly and nice. But preach with authority and power. But don't offend people. And they go, see, that's why I don't like them, because look at them. Fear not. Fear not them which kill a body, but are not able to kill a soul. But rather fear him which is able to destroy both body and soul in hell. Simple command. Fear not man. All they can do is just kill you on this realm. You should fear the man that can kill you in any realm. But we, because he's not here in our face, we forget about him. And we start worrying about what people that we see every day can do to us. But all they can do is kill you. The body, they can't kill a soul. Or your spirit, they cannot kill your spirit. But there is a man that can kill your spirit. There is someone who can. It's your Holy Father. Worry about him. Put him first. Hear God's voice. He that have ears, let him hear. That's not just referring to hearing God talk to you, because very few people will actually hear that. But when they say hear God's voice, his voice is on the pages of the Bible. It's inspired by God. So hear the voice. Read it. Meditate on it. Read Jesus' words in the Gospels. His parables. Read it. Meditate on it. Let's keep going. Take my yoke. Come unto me, all you that labor and are heavy laden, and I will give you rest. Take my yoke upon you and learn of me, for I am meek and lowly in heart, and ye shall find rest unto your souls. For my yoke is easy and my burden is light. Jesus is saying, come to me. Bring all your labor and all your problems. Let me in. And I'll try to fix you up. And try to load in your burden. Try to lighten the load on your burdens. But you gotta let me in. That's the hard part. Letting them in. It's not easy to give up control. especially if you're a control freak. Honor your parents, for God commanded, saying, honor thy father and thy mother, and he that curseth father or mother, let him die the death. Now, especially in the inner city, the men or the women do a terrible job of picking the men, number one. And they allow the men to get away with a lot of stuff. But the fact of the matter is, a lot of kids grow up hating their father. Some of their hate should be toward their mother, but you shouldn't hate neither one. They brought you into the world. They brought you into the world. They brought you up. Now it's up to you to take over. You know? It's an old saying, all the Lord got to do is wake me up today and I'll handle the rest. Whether you got good parents or bad parents, they brought you up. Now you an adult, you got to handle the rest. Beware of leaving. Take heed and beware of the leaving of the Pharisees and the Sadducees. Let's Google that word, leaving. I have an idea what it is, but I don't want to tell you the wrong thing. And I'd rather just Google it and see what it is. Beware of the leaven of the Pharisees. Leaven of the Pharisees is a curious phrase. Why did Christ feel compelled to warn his disciples to avoid it? Would you recognize this leaven you saw today? The answer to this question is important, not just for the Passover season, but throughout the year. What is the leaven of the Pharisees? You'll find a direct answer in Luke 12:1. In the meantime, when an innumerable multitude had gathered together, so they trampled one another, he began to say to his disciples, first of all, beware of the leaven of the Pharisees, which is hypocrisy. Hypocrisy is here described as the leaven of the Pharisees, but as we will soon see later, this is the tip of the iceberg. Hypocrite comes from the Greek word hypokrites, hypocrites, and refers to someone who is acting, pretending. It was a custom of Greek and Roman stage actors to speak in large masks with mechanical devices for augmenting the force of the voice. These actors, concealing their real faces and changing their real voices, were called hypocrites or hypocrites. Jesus likened the conduct of Pharisees to actors. Isn't that what I say about some YouTubers? Men pretending, playing a role. The Pharisees of Christ's day were a powerful leadership body who claimed to be more zealous and righteous than the rest of Jewish society. They set themselves up as models of what was right and godly, yet in Christ's eye, their examples were actually destructive. In Christ's estimation, the conduct of these men had a corrupting effect upon those who followed their example, a leavening effect, if you will. It's interesting that early on, Christ forcefully addressed the issue of hypocrisy. You might call Matthew 6:1-18 a primer on identifying hypocrisy. The hypocrites give offerings for the purpose of being seen and admired. Oh, don't I cover that a lot? They pray to impress men with their voices and their words. And they do all they can to look miserable when they fast, so they will be admired for their sacrifice and pitied for their discomfort. Christ's message to his disciple was simply, if you do it this way, men's admiration will be your total reward, since I will not be looking or listening. Woo! I've been saying that since day one. Can I read that again? If you do it this way, men's admiration will be your total reward, since I won't be looking Most people who profess to be Christian get the point. This is elementary. How often do you see somebody blow a trumpet to announce his offering, or look tousled, unshaven, and unkempt, that you have to ask, are you fasting today? But the leavening effect of hypocrisy is far broader. Hypocrisy and malicious intent. Most of us are familiar with the situation described in Matthew 22:15-18. The Pharisees brought to Christ a coin bearing Caesar's image and asked him if it was appropriate to pay taxes. The Jews of Christ's time hated the Roman occupation. To say yes, it is okay, would alienate the Jews. To say no, you should not, would be treasonous and open to prosecution by the Roman government. Jesus said in verse 18, "Why do you test me, you hypocrites?" Here, the hypocrisy was the masking of their malicious intent. Verses 15-18 make it clear that the intent of the heart and the appearance was different. The intent of the heart and the appearance was different. Then the Pharisees went and plotted how they might entangle him in his talk. And they sent to him their disciples with the Herodians, saying, "Teacher, we know that you are true and teach the way of God in truth. Nor do you care about anyone. You do not regard the person of men." Tell us that. Now you notice they buttered him up. You are true and teach the way of God in truth. Nor do you care about anyone. You do not regard the person of men. Tell us, what do you think? Here's a clear example of malicious intent. With smiling faces and flattering words, they sought to injure Christ. Paul, who had been a Pharisee before his conversion, could easily see the connection between leaven and malicious intent. In his letter to the Corinthians, written at the Passover season, Paul exhorted, "Therefore let us keep up with the feast, not with the old leaven, nor with the leaven of malice and wickedness, but with the unleavened bread of sincerity and truth." But there is more to the story than of the leaven of the Pharisees. A second form of leaven. In Matthew 16, Scripture shows that the leaven of the Pharisees goes beyond hypocrisy. Following the miracle of the fishes and loaves, the Pharisees confronted Jesus as they sought a sign. He called them hypocrites to their faces and offered no sign but the sign of Jonah. Later, he warned his disciples, "Take heed and beware of the leaven of the Pharisees and the Sadducees." The disciples did not at first understand what he meant. Christ calls the Pharisees hypocrites in verse 3, but the disciples didn't automatically assume a connection. It is quite likely the disciples were initially blinded by a guilty conscience. They thought they had received a subtle scolding because no one had remembered to purchase food for the group. Christ explained he wasn't dependent upon whether they remembered to buy groceries. After all, had he just fed a huge multitude of people with 7 loaves and a few fish? But their guilty conscience relieved that they hit upon his true intent, which is described in verse 12. They understood that he did not tell them to beware of the leaven of bread, but the doctrine of the Pharisees and Sadducees. The leaven of the Pharisees is more than hypocrisy. It is also that doctrine. But how or why is that doctrine equated to leaven? We will find as we go along that there is an inextricable link between the hypocrisy of the Pharisees and the doctrine of the Pharisees. The clearest connection between the hypocrisy of the Pharisees and their doctrine is seen in Mark 7:1-9, where the Pharisees complained about the disciples eating with unwashed hands. It should be understood that the traditional rulings passed down generation to generation by the wise men of the Pharisaical persuasion took on the power of law. To the mind of a Pharisee, the sayings of the elders were as binding as the scriptures. In fact, Christ implies that they were even seen as more binding than the law of God if the two came into conflict. To Christ, this was hypocritical. How can a body of men who claim to be the most righteous observers of the law create traditions that nullify the law of God and still claim to be righteous. This didn't make sense. Christ saw that doctrine, in this case, as hypocritical. As we continue in Mark 7, we can see the conflict. The Pharisees come to Christ and challenge. Why do your disciples not walk according to the tradition of the elders, but eat bread with unwashed hands? Christ responded, well, did Isaiah prophecy of you hypocrites as it is written? This people honors me with their lips, but their heart is far from me, and in vain they worship me, teaching as doctrines the commandments of men. Christ continued his rebuke, giving examples of traditions passed down by the elders that directly contradicted the law of God. His final summation was that in many areas of advice, ruling, and even law, they have put aside the law of God, preferring their traditions instead. To Christ, this was hypocritical of a body that claims superior righteousness, since the laws of God are righteousness. The conflict between traditions of the elders and the law was not just a circumstance of Christ's day. The Pharisees of Christ's day were in effect the predecessors of a rabbinical system that came to power after the destruction of the temple. Following the banning of Jews from the Jerusalem area, the rabbinical schools moved north to the shores of the Sea of Galilee, and there created the basis for modern Judaism. The system of teaching based upon tradition has continued since that time. A few years back before the Passover, Jeffrey Rice wrote an interesting article in the Oregonian detailing the effect of the tradition of the elders upon the standards for determining what is leavened. Mr. White shared an interview with a rabbi in residence at Massachusetts, the world's largest manufacturer of matzah. Before getting into the specifics, Mr. Mike wrote, thousands of years of rabbis have come up with long explanations of how to observe that seemingly simple commandment, referring to the command in Exodus about leavening. Mr. White described how the mischievous plant is closed for a month before Passover for a complete cleaning, where cooking equipment is literally taken apart and scoured and reassembled before the production of Passover matzah begins. He also described the meticulous way the matzah is made, making sure no leavening intentionally or unintentionally contaminates the matzah. At the end of the article, the reporter then described the many ways in which people observing the Passover days of unleavened bread try to get around the strict obedience to the no leavening law. Herein we find the most interesting law. Mr. Weiss asked Manischewitz rabbi in residence about what appeared to be a contradiction to the biblical law regarding no leavening during the season, and about how many of Manischewitz's kosher for Passover processed mixes for cakes, cookies, and other goodies. One of the ingredients is sodium carbonate, baking soda. Isn't that a leavening? It may look that way, Rabbi Horowitz said, but appearances can deceive. The rabbi decided that matzah, once certified as kosher for Passover, can never be de-Passoverized, not even by later contact with leavening. All of the Manischewitz mixes start with Passover matzu meal that by definition can't be ritually contaminated by baking soda. Most people don't understand that, Rabbi Horowitz said. It's not a question of what it looks like, he said. It's a question of what the rabbis call it. The article echoes the words of Mark 7:8. For laying aside the commandments of God, you hold the tradition of men. All right. I'm getting a little bored. Let's back out. Okay. All right. We saw a lot more than we wanted to see. But beware of the leaven of the Pharisees and the Sadducees. Those were the teachers of the law, the priests, the rabbis back then. People who took God's law and changed it to fit what they wanted to fit. And they used tradition to literally change the law, and the people didn't have books, so they didn't know what the law was. It's continued on with the Romans. When they started bringing in the pagan holidays and bringing in the pagan rituals to keep the pagans happy, mixing them with Christian holidays to keep both sides happy, people didn't have no books, so nobody could say, hey, wait a minute, that ain't right. Hey. And if anybody did, they were quieted. Whether through exile, killing, jail, they were quieted, silenced. So beware of the hypocrisy of the teachers. Especially if they're telling you something and you reading it with your own eyeballs and you know they're lying. And if you still sit there and go, you know, there you go. That's what Jesus is warning you about. You still sit there and take it, know they lying to you. Like these little mints. All right. Deny yourself. If any man will come after me, let him deny himself and take up his cross daily and follow me. For whoever will save his life shall lose it. But whoever will lose his life for my sake, the same shall save it. For what is a man advantage if he gain the whole world and lost himself or be cast away? Jesus died on the cross for our sins. But we should be on that cross. That's why he says, take up your cross. You don't have to get up on the cross. He already did it. But you can help your fellow man recognize this, and you can bring them to Jesus. But if you're going to do that, you got to be all in. You know, you can't put your left foot in and take your left foot out and put your arm in and you shake it all about. You're going to join Jesus and become part of his army. And you're going to start trying to bring other people in. Or you're going to leave them alone and get thrown in the lake of fire. What do you want to do? What purpose is you to get rich? And then you die and spend the rest of eternity in pain and agony. Despise not little ones. Take heed that despise not one of these little ones. For I say unto you that in heaven their angels do always behold the face of my Father which is in heaven. Take heed that ye despise not one of these little ones, for I say unto you that in heaven their angels do always behold the face of thy Father which is in heaven. I want to look at that. Matthew 18:10. All right, let's take a look. All right. What? How do we get way up there? All right. I got it. All right. Let's come back. All right. Do not despise little ones. He actually was referring to children, but he's also referring to people who come to Jesus, and you have to be reborn again. You got to let go of everything you know and put all your trust and faith in him, just like a little child depends on an adult. And he brought a child over, and he said, anyone who causes one of these little child to stumble is going to have a whole lot of answering to do. And do not go out of your way to lead a child the wrong way. Do not go out of your way to take advantage of a new believer. Because when you see the change, a lot of people are going to try to take advantage of that person. So when he's saying little one, he's referring to people who do what they should do. Try to follow what Jesus said. But the people around them will now think that they are weaker. And so they can control them or take what they got. Those people will be severely punished. Anybody have any comments before we move on? Naya says, I've got to drive listening. Go to offenders. Moreover, if thy brother shall trespass against thee, go and tell him his fault between thee and thy alone. If he shall hear thee, thou hast gained thy brother. But if he will not hear thee, then take with thee one or two more, that in the mouth of 2 or 3 witnesses every word may be established. And if he neglect to hear them, tell it unto the church. But if he neglects to hear the church, let him be unto thee as a heathen man in the public. What it's saying is, if somebody offend you, go to them and tell them that it's your fault and try to mend the fences. But if he won't reconcile, take him before witnesses so that it could be established into the church. And if he neglects to hear the church, treat him like a pagan and kick him out. That's all you can do. That's a lot of words. You see how fast that was? You could have shortened that. Next one, beware of covetousness. And he said unto them, take heed and beware of covetousness, or covetousness, for a man's life consisteth not in the abundance of things which he possesses. Stop worrying about somebody having more than you. Make do with what you got and you'll be given more. When you start pining, and I'm guilty of this because I'm always looking at a computer that I know I can't afford to get. I'm always looking at a better bike that I know I can't afford to get. I'm looking to get a LTE booster for this service. This is what human beings do, but don't get caught up in it. Don't let it take over your life. Don't lose your connection with Jesus Christ because you don't feel like he's going to help you get something that you really don't need. Forgive offenders. Then Peter came to him and said, Lord, how oft shall my brother sin against me and I forgive him? Till 7 times, Jesus said unto him. And I said not unto thee until 7 times, but until 70 times 7. So you should keep forgiving people even if they keep screwing you. But that don't mean stay in the same position so they can keep doing it. Try to distance yourself. So it's a little harder for them to do what they're doing. You know? On a marriage. And he answered and said unto them, have ye not read that he which made them at the beginning made them male and female, and said, for this cause shall a man leave father and mother, and shall cleave to his wife, and they two shall be one flesh. Wherefore they are no more twain, but one flesh. Whatever therefore God hath joined together, let no man put asunder. So, when a man leaves his mother and father, and he takes a wife, those two become one. And they are not to separate until death. And there will be severe punishments on any man that breaks up a marriage that God has put together. Be a house of prayer. It is written, my house shall be called the house of prayer. That can mean your physical house, but it can also mean your body, your temple can be a house of prayer. Ask in faith. Verily I say unto you, if ye have faith and doubt not, ye shall not only do this which is done to the fig tree, but also if ye shall say unto this mountain, be thou moved, and be thou cast into the sea, it shall be done. And all things, whatever you ask in prayer, believing, you shall receive. You got to have a lot of faith to be able to do that. Lot of faith. Lot of faith. You got to be serious connection. Ask in faith. Verily I say unto you, if ye have faith and doubt not. Bringing the poor. Then he said also to him that bade him, when thou makest a dinner or a supper, call not thy friends nor thy brethren, neither thy kinsmen nor thy rich neighbors, lest they also bid thee again, and a recompense be made thee. But when thou make a feast, call the poor, the maimed, the lame, the blind, and thou shalt be blessed, for they cannot compensate thee, for thou shalt be recompensated at the resurrection of the just. So he's saying, feed the poor, feed the blind, feed the homeless. Instead of, calling over your friends and having a party, and then you expect them to throw a party, and then you get to go and have a fun at their house, bring in people who can't afford to compensate you for this meal. Do that for God. Render to Caesar, show me the tribute money. And they brought unto him a penny. And he saith unto them, who is this image and superscription? They say unto him, Caesar's. Then say he unto them, render therefore unto Caesar the things which are Caesar's, and unto God the things that are God. I've covered this before, and it's a great answer. They were trying to trap him. We were talking about this earlier with the word leaving, remember? They were trying to use the same example. You have to realize that it's matters of this world and it's matters of the next world. Unless it specifically is barred from the law, give the people of this world what they want. Because you're trying to get to the next world. And you can't take any of this stuff with you. So let Caesar, let the devil, let the president, let the mayor, let them have it. Because when they die, they can't take none of it with them. And when you die, you sure as heck can't take none of it with it. So let them have it. Stop worrying about making treasure down here. Make sure you got a treasure up in paradise waiting for you. Don't worry about it down here. Because you're going to die and it's going to be here. You won't. It's going to be here. And you won't be able to control it. Somebody else will have it. So why worry about it? I don't mean to be graphic, but it's like if you know that you about to go lay down with a prostitute and you gave her the money and you done your deed, why do you ask her who's the next client? Why is that your business? You did what you had to do, now go. When you're down here on this earth, do what you have to do so you can go to the next level. Don't be worried about what the next man doing, who coming next. Don't worry about it. Because I guarantee you, somebody's going to be driving your car the next day. Somebody's going to be laying in your bed. Somebody's going to be eating your food you got in the refrigerator. Somebody's going to be down there at the bank the next business day to see what you got in there and might take it all. You're going to be gone. So why do you care what happened after you pass? Why do you care? Use it while you're alive and then you're gone. It's no use to you anymore. So why worry about something that you can't do anything about? Jesus said unto him, thou shalt love the Lord with all thy heart, and with all thy soul, and with all thy mind. And for those of y'all to remember, with all your strength. This is the first and greatest commandment. We covered that early in the show. We'll keep going. And the second commandment is, thou shalt love thy neighbor as thyself. On these two commandments hang all the law and the prophets. So, you shall love the Lord God and Jesus. Love the Lord God and Jesus with all your heart, your might, your strength. Second commandment is, you also must love your neighbors. That's your fellow man. But Jesus and God come first, then the fellow man. That's your two greatest commandments. Await my return. Watch therefore, ye not know what hour your Lord does come. But know this, that if the good man of the house had known in what watch the thief would come, he would have watched, and he would have not suffered his house to be broken up. Therefore ye also be ready, for in such an hour as you think not, the Son of Man cometh. So he's telling you to be ready, to be ready, because nobody knows when. So you should be on your guard. All right, y'all. I'm starting to get a little tired, even though I'm enjoying this. I love talking about the word, but I'm starting to get a little tired. It's 6 o'clock. Whew. We was on for almost 2 hours the first show, and we done almost 6 here. Like I said, you know, I went to the other side into some chats today, and I asked some people to come, and they didn't. So hopefully they'll come tomorrow. But I appreciate you, Nia, you know, like the news and, you know, self-help tips and things like that. We're still going to do that, but we're going to, my live yesterday, that was the last one in the roast sector. So we're not going to be going back to that. We just did it. That was the last show. I had fixed the belt and I wanted to show it. And like I said, that was the retirement show. And like I said, we came back and we did 2 positive shows. It's sad that the views from that, man, I ain't gonna think about it. But that's okay. We're gonna stick with this, and hopefully we'll catch on. And I'm gonna go in some other people chats tonight. And if y'all are in other people chats, promote the show so we can have more people for y'all to chat with. But it seems like a lot of people don't come by anymore because we're not doing the beefing. I mean, let's keep it real. But instead of getting mad about it, let's try and pick up some more people. Don't even worry about what somebody else doing. If they come back, they come back. If they don't, oh well. Life goes on. But for all them people that said, "Oh, I can't believe you doing that," now we not doing it. Where they at? That's why I say, you know, depend on Jesus. Don't depend on your fellow man, because man will always let you down. Man will always let you down. So, by the way, what day is today? All right. We got one comment 3 hours ago from somebody that said, "Hey, I saw you on," and it's cut off. It was 2 different channels. I can't remember which one. So hopefully they'll come back. So all right, y'all. Well, we might as well just hang out for the Oh, do we just go ahead and make it even 6 hours? Let me put some music on. We already played the gospel song. So since I got stuck paying the $15, let's go ahead and enjoy some music here. I should have asked y'all what y'all wanted to hear. Let's do some jazz. I don't know why I'm feeling Cosby Show like-ish. Let's do some jazz. Da 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 dee 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 dee. Vocals. Here we go. I don't hear no vocals. Okay.
There was something going on that shut down, hanging around. God, 'cause darling, there was nothing right. All you seem to do is lie. Those days alone, I'm walking tall while you're alone. When I think about the way we used to be, when I think about the things you took from me, I know that I am so much better. I'm better off. When I look at what I've done now that we're apart, when I look at what I want, I've come so far. I know I'm so much better off. And baby, you don't belong. Your love was cold, heart made of stone. I'm just fine, I'm gonna shine. I'll celebrate my liberation. I'm moving strong, I'm getting done. I'm might be shaken but not stirred. Just a lesson that I learned. So it goes, tables turn, and you're on your own. When I think about the way we used to be, when I think about the things you took from me, I know that I am so much better. I'm better off. When I look at what I've done now that we're apart, when I look at what I want, I've come so far. I know I'm so much better off. the sound my lead.
Alrighty. Oops. Come back. We only got 28 views for our self-defense show. Oh, that's terrible. Man, that's rough right there. Alrighty, y'all. I'll be back at 8:30. I'm gonna go ahead and take my medicine. Try and get an hour of wrestling in and some JD, and then I'll be right back. Y'all have a great 2 hours, and I'll see y'all 8:30. Peace, everybody. And we are out. God bless you all. In Jesus' sweet name, we